every friggin' time. All right, let's start this over, guys. And girls, and anybody else in my chat. I said this whole thing about how I needed you to be, like, hold very still, because it almost felt like my earbud was going to stay in. No, Mihakula. No, of course not. I would never. Anyway, it almost felt like my earbud was going to stay in, and then it didn't, so that joke is now gone. You'll have to imagine, watch the stream for the part that I was muted, and imagine me saying, hold very still, my earbud might stay in, and then imagine that it stayed in, and imagine that you could hear me. Welcome in, fellow Canadian Nimianari, and our British mothers. Vin. I was trying to read, like, the first part of everybody's name, and then I got to Vin, and I was like, Ian, what am I doing? But, okay. We have been working for the last 3 or 4 streams now on another tunnel, and I would like to be done with it. So, to that end, let's start some Minecraft. Oh, I don't... Okay. 1 second. These are FIO FF5s. They're not in-ears. They just kind of sit, like the way the old Apple earbuds did, except these sound way better. Because I don't like in-ears, right? They make my voice sound weird. Vinci started it. Anyway, I just can never get these to stay on my ears, so... yeah. Alright. When we left off, we were here. I feel like the not in-ear ones should hook around your ears so they don't fall out. I've had ones like that. They were surprisingly comfortable. Like, so some of them, they do make ones like that. This is our Nether tunnel for anybody that hasn't seen it. We've built about half of it so far, but it needs to go quite far. Wonder if I could 3D print a part? Honestly, I'd rather have one. Like, I'd rather get earbuds that have that built in. Especially because I don't have a 3D printer. And of all the things that I feel like I could, like, make with a 3D printer, none of them seem worth the investment of the 3D printer itself. Fish don't recognize borders. Have you asked them? Okay, let's go take a look at the end of this tunnel. Cool. It does have these pillars that Eve kindly built for us. Wish I didn't have to recognize borders. Same, but unfortunately, our governments disagree. Still see starting screen? Let me check. Okay, no, I'm definitely streaming Minecraft. I guess maybe close the app and open it again? So for 90% of 3D printer owners, it's more of a toy than something to cover with enough utility to cover its cost. Um, my brother has one, but it's not super great. I think my college is going to give me access to some nice ones this year. That'll be nice. You know, when I was in college, 10, 12 years ago, they had 3D printers, but they were really finicky. And so since then, I've seen a lot of, I'll print so many minis and worthless trinkets, but a lot of, like, 3D printer technology has come a long way. Because it used to be you had to, like, manually level everything, and if you didn't hold your nose just right, your print would come out weird. And nowadays, a lot of, like, setup for 3D printers is automated, and I think that's pretty cool. Vin says ice setting up barriers in the Great Lakes to stop those dastardly Canadian fish from swimming across the border. Goodness. Okay. Let's turn this on. Unlock it. And push it out. Definitely the case that the more you spend, the less finicky it gets too. The thing that I always... the brand that I always hear the most about is Bamboo Labs, but I'm pretty sure that's just because they do the most YouTube sponsorships. Like, I don't know if they're actually the best. I just think they do the most YouTube sponsorships. This button. Mark button. Cheap 3D printers are generally pretty good at their job. They're just also a massive hassle. Okay. I require a streaming laptop. Just hadn't gotten there yet. Stream looks much better when it's actually showing the right stuff. Just had to fight with my headsets. This new version of those headset works multi-device support. Again, wired headsets, people. Wired headsets. My cheap printer died on its first print, and I got to open the whole thing up to replace the lighting units. I'm so sorry. I hope that that's not too bad. Alright. Let's see. We're going to need a shit ton of prismarine. And I want to get... Whee. Had a lot of issues with wired in the past, getting them caught and stuff and then breaking. I don't know. As in a new product doesn't have multi-device support, or a software update for your current one fucks it up. Both suck, but the latter is vile. We hate device drivers. Okay. You go there. Nope, 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 nope. You go there. Okay, there's the potions. I'm gonna take a spare one with me. I'm going to get some of these guys. Make those. Both software and the multi-device support suck. The previous version quit working was so much better. Oh, the previous version which quit working was so much better. I later found out to fix those and just left them at work. I guess thanks for the heads up. I'll not be buying from that brand. I don't know. Bose is one of the, like, biggest brands out there when it comes to headphones. I agree they're not the best, but... wireless headset does make sense to me, at least. What I don't understand is wireless mouse and keyboard. I kind of get it. Like, as much as I advocate for wired, I do kind of get wireless, especially for, like, you know what I mean? Jump in the lava real quick. Especially for laptops. I think it makes a lot of sense there. Nope, nope. Alright, folks, keep an eye on my, Sound is great in the older version on 3 different devices without issue. This one I only use on my laptop. That means switching between Windows and Linux, so I have to keep forgetting and repairing. That sounds like it sucks. Like, legitimately, that sounds terrible. I'm so sorry. Harkula, I feel like you've talked about this, but what do you use the Windows side for? Like, do you mostly use the Windows side or the Linux side? Not sure if these will work wired. The other ones I charged do. These changed the 3mm standard jack on the headset to a smaller one, and the cable went defective after a couple uses. Honestly, this just sounds like a bad experience all around. Okay, I'm getting the hang of this. GTA 5 Online, Battle.net doesn't support Linux, and Pilia Map. Okay, so you've definitely talked about this before. Guys, yell at me if my potion runs out because it's gonna run out on me. Battle.net is straight up malware. You cannot convince me otherwise. I'm willing to believe that about anything that runs on Windows. Harkula says, are you going all the way to bedrock or just going to have the lava bathe the floor? Neither. We're going to the floor of the lava, which is netherrack. So we're going to... But we're not going to dig like down to bedrock or anything. Anything that wants kernel level access isn't looking out for your best interests. Generally true. Either that or it's trying to help you fight the people that aren't looking out for your best interests. It doesn't even serve the purpose it was introduced for, to stop hackers. That kind of sucks. You know, for whatever reason... You know, the one Eve always talks about, of course, is League of Legends, which has a Riot, like, anti-cheat thing, so it only supports Windows. And I guess somehow it's fairly successful because there doesn't seem to be a ton of bots. At least not ones she complains about. Whatever you think of Battle, Overwolf is far, far worse. Good to know. I'm beginning to see why Eve thought these were such a pain in the ass. It's because they're such a pain in the ass. I can't speak for Valorant, but in League, Vanguard has generally been effective. Just wasn't worth what we lost for it. I assume what you lost was Linux compatibility. Because I remember a couple of decades ago, not a couple of decades ago, but like 1 decade ago, when I was in college, I had friends that played League, and they would play it on Linux. So at one point it worked. "90 seconds left. Consumer rights, Linux compatibility, perhaps privacy, depending on your cynicism towards Riot." Fair enough. A couple of decades ago, so when you were like 2, now I'm 30. So a couple of decades ago, I was 10. But also, I entered college in 2014, and that was more than a decade ago now. Still younger than my son. Harkula, I feel like you have kids at home. I feel like from some of the things you've said, it sounded like you had kids at home. My parents still do have kids at home because they had 6 kids. I could say 4 kids and 3 grandkids. Fair enough. Okay, let's go swap this out. In this economy, I might be with my parents in my 30s. I mean, let's hope not. 28-year-old daughter who's disabled, 3 dogs, and 3 grandkittens. Okay, this is a cool view. I love this view. This looks super cool. This is exactly what I wanted it to look like. A soul sand, not so much. Well, we'll get that terraformed a little bit. And my parents... Let's grab like 3 more of these. My parents had 6 kids, so I've been out of the house for 12 years, but they still have 3 living at home? I want to say they have 3. I have to figure out which one of these. Oh my god, this is painful. I'm so sorry, Eve. Bye then, enjoy your dinner. What are you making? If you have time to tell. I tried this very simple recipe from YouTube last night. This chickpea pasta. It's an Italian recipe that some guy showed how to make. Enjoy then. Well, here's the thing. I wasn't too impressed. Like, I think I need to tinker with it because it wasn't very flavorful. I will say, incredibly filling, which is nice, but let's go. The children demand nourishment. Well, go feed your kids. It's very important. Why do you build the pillars up under the lava? For completeness. But anyway, so there's this chickpea pasta, and basically all you do is you infuse some garlic and rosemary in a little bit of oil, and then you add a can of chickpeas and some tomato sauce, or tomato soup. No, tomato paste. Tomato paste is the word I'm looking for. No Vex. Absolutely not. But tomato paste. You add tomato paste, and then you cook that down a little bit, and then you add some water, and you take like 2/3 of the chickpeas and you blend them, and you put some pasta in the water, and then you cook it down. And when the pasta is done cooking, then 2, 3, 4. There you go. So when the pasta's done, you put like the blended chickpeas back in, and it makes this like creamy dish. I found it incredibly bland. I had to add salt. And even then, it was a little bland. But I also burned the garlic a little bit, so maybe I get more flavor if I used a lower temperature on the garlic. We'll see. Also, it is incredibly filling. I was worried I wouldn't have enough, but honestly, it's almost too much. Like, so it has that going for it. And it's nice to kind of diversify my protein intake a little. It's healthy for my body and my wallet. Because meat, especially here in Canada, is very expensive. So I'm thinking about this design, and I think I just went, lava's a fluid, so obviously we need pillars. But now I'm thinking some more. And lava is very dense. It's hard to make pillars that will survive in the temperature of lava, for one thing. And for another, because lava is so ancient debris. Let me just grab that. Because lava is so dense, it's very easy for things to float on top of it. So I think what I actually need is some like pontoons, and that's how this bridge is going to work. I saw a video the other day of someone buying groceries. I think it was Alaska. It was crazy how expensive stuff was. Oh yeah, like in northern Canada, it's so much worse. I do have a visitor. He's a little chilly. You know, this is the second ancient debris I ran across in this project. The first is actually while I was digging out the tunnel. There was a little bit in there. Here, there you go. There you go. Back in the lava. Be nice and warm. I think it's so sad when the striders, they get all cold and shivery when they're not in the lava. Are the stratas getting around the mob cap thingy? They're not hostile. So they don't count as monsters. Perfect timing on that potion. Stratas are homies, I'll let them stay. I mean, honestly, just Stratas are so cute. Hurting one just feels bad. It's a good thing these blocks made from fish thing parts are impervious to lava. The thing that killed the fish things the blocks are made of. I don't know that. I don't think we're killing them in lava. I don't think it's a lava kill chamber. I could be wrong. We'll check in a minute. One, two, three, four. Oh, that is true. The fish things the blocks are made of was my nickname back in high school. I think you're gonna have to fight him for that one. Getting blocks you basically get in water and putting them in lava is kind of funny. But what I really need here is obsidian. And the fish things the blocks are made of, she tells you not to worry about. That's quote worthy. Fish love me, women fear me. I'm a woman, I don't fear you. I'm confused by you. I don't fear you. I once burned an entire end pillar, but I had help. I farmed an entire end pillar. I had help. An eco enchant that broke 3x3 areas at once. God, I know people sometimes. No, wrong button. There we go. Sometimes people will use those to farm obsidian because they're technically renewable, but that sounds awful and unnecessary since you can just pickle and barter now. Non-fearing ox is an outlier and should not be counted. Fair enough. I am a fish and a woman, and therefore I feel indifferent about you. Buy a man, eat fish, he day, teach man fish to a lifetime. Go on, Joe, confuse the AI. Joe Biden. Eight. You guys are quoting Barack Obama about as accurately as Fox News did. Can I finish it without taking another potion? Maybe. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Reducking after this comment, but notice the about sometimes 0x. So like the printers. I'm not sure what you're referring to. I am sometimes 0x because I have friends on here that like to call me that. Oh, of course. I am not copyright infringement on this channel. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Let's see what else we can do. Oh, hang on. There we go. Easy place, my beloved. Let's see, I need regular prismarine slabs. And for the next, I'm gonna need some... Okay. We go for regular prismarine slabs and sea lanterns. There's the ice. Somewhere, hopefully I have regular prismarine. Maybe. Do I have to go get more regular? No, okay. Okay, cool, I don't. But yeah, I have a friend. Actually, the friend who inspired me to make a Twitch account, that friend calls me 0x. I love her very much, and so she gets to call me whatever she wants. That being said, most other people call me Ox, so I guess I'm Ox. No, 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 no. Ox also aptly describes my social media philosophy. Or are you saying 0x? I'm not sure. Here we go. It sounds so weird about all the end mob noises. Why would there be end mob noises here in the Nether? Whew. Nether, oh, I see. Oof. Mihako's having a hard time with his keyboard today. Ah, no, 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 no. I'm gonna try to like... That didn't work. I want to try to like dive bomb these. Today, you remember last stream? I mean, Marco's usually having trouble with this keyboard. Okay. Can I do it? Not really. I'm also known for making constant typos. So am I. Frankly, I don't know a person who isn't. Actually, let me do that. Cool. Always have a backup. I'm debating in my mind. If you look, well, if I can get out of the lava long enough for you to look. If you look over here, this is the tunnel to my old coral farm, which is a little bit less far out, actually. So it's here's the portal for that. And so I want to have this portal be a tunnel off of this one, because they're both kind of sea related, and also I don't want to make another tunnel that far. But I'm debating in my mind what I want that tunnel to look like. When I say debating, I just mean I don't have any ideas. I had one idea that was kind of sort of inspired by like, I guess a soap, like a fancy soap or a fancy candle, seashell themed in a bathroom. Like the kind that people sometimes have in bathrooms and sometimes in other places. But I don't know, I did that build and it looked kind of lazy, so it also wasn't seashell themed in the end. And now that I'm building like an open bridge tunnel here, I feel like the tunnel to there needs to match. No, no, no. I don't wish to die. I don't want to be lava. Thank you very much. And I've run out of slabs. Okay, be right back. Let's see. Where are my slabs? Here. Here are my slabs. Some more of those, and I guess we have enough of these, so cool. Gonna get more of these then. Do I have any? I didn't get any sea lanterns. I need those. There. Sea lanterns. Ugh. Alright. Up. Hi, bestie. What have you been crocheting? Are you making that, like, soap bag thingy? Or are you making something else? No, please. I don't want to die. It's inconvenient. Excellent, excellent. Hear about the thing they're changing for affiliates partners about having to eventually need to send in ID or something? The person I mentioned to switch to Linux is actually dropping affiliate because of it, and Twitch not making it easy. I hadn't. I will say I have decided not to be an affiliate because I just don't think it works for this community. I don't think it helps anybody. But that does sound like a problem. I had to redo the first 2 rows 10 times and then had to redo 2 to 3 rows of the puffy part because I'm bad at following patterns. Yeah. I mean, I think in theory, I think I can, be an affiliate at any time. I think once you qualify, you can just do it, I think. I don't think you have to stay qualified, but I could be wrong about that. Working in a spiral gets confusing. Yeah, I guess I don't know how you would do that because... Okay. Also got to get myself a stitch marker. I say this having never crocheted in my life. Mihaka, it's the next level, thankfully. So, I've never crocheted in my life. I mean, whatever works. But, you know, if you make, like, a square thing, then every stitch just, like, connects to the one in the row before it. But, I guess if you make... One second. If you make a spiral, then I guess every quote-unquote row has, like, every stitch, like, every row has more stitches than the last one. And so I guess it's not a one-to-one connection, so I don't know how you'd do it. And since I can't imagine off the top of my head how you would do it, that clearly means that crochet is fake. And not that there are things in the world that I don't know. That's where the stitch markers come in. You know, I think you know this, Alyssa, but other people don't. I have a brother who, for a long time, I don't know if he still is, but for a long time was really into crochet. And he would go and crochet with all the little old ladies at church, and they loved him for it. Very cute. So you mark the first stitch of the row. I think Alyssa's about to explain how this works. Would you believe that crazy people that use Lightmatica but do not use autoplace and manually place the blocks? I've seen a stream do that. Honestly, I feel like a lot of the tech people that I've seen do that. There's a lot of varying opinions on whether you should use Lightmatica and whether it's cheating. Some people say you shouldn't use it at all. Other people say, oh, it's okay to use it as a template, but you have to build everything yourself. And other people like me say, screw that, I'm not doing that. Come on, come on. But yeah, I certainly respect the dedication. Like, these people want to be able to say, I built this totally vanilla. I didn't use easy place to make it easier. I didn't use it to... The true answer is whatever's most fun to you. I mean, correct. The true answer is whatever keeps you from dying in this freaking lava. So the end is going to be a different height than the start. Interesting. I wonder how it's different, like, because I can imagine you would need a spiral for, like, making something dome-shaped like a hat, but also something flat and round. So I don't know, if you want one. If you want one, let me see. I think there's, like, an easy way to do that. Counters. New counter. Your name? Lava. I'll use this. Okay. I'll use this. That effect. Chat message. Select. Box. Has dipped her toes in lava. I don't know if I want to say it that way or some different way. By the way, I can't see chat right now because I'm messing with Firebot. Ox has... Ox has fallen in lava. However many times. Let's see, what did I... Cool. Okay. So then if I add a command, I can add lava plus plus. Advanced mode, effect, counter, create a counter, select lava, increment. Okay, somebody try exclamation point lava plus plus. Mihakula, no, that's not funny. Okay, so working the round, you do various methods to join the start to the end of the same row. But working in a spiral, you just keep going and you have to use stitch markers or you aren't going to know where you started your row. Interesting. Okay, let me go scroll up in chat. So the true answer was the fire resistance potions we made along the way. Eve made a lot of them. Then all some lava commands, working the rounds. Well, the Hercula, I have 2 more of these segments, like 2.5 more of these segments to do yet, so we're not quite done with the lava. Also need to sew myself a tiny finger sleeve for my middle right, because the knuckle is very angy right now after all the friction. That is some of the softest yarn I've ever worked with. So excited to start crocheting that blue yarn of the hydrangea flowers. Professional. Wife talking to me about crochet stitches is like me trying to talk to her about my work. In one ear, not the other. I don't know. Like, when it's stuff that's important to people that I care about, I try not to have it be in one ear and not the other. Like, Eve has a lot to say about Riftbound, and Alyssa has a lot to say about Genshin and her other gacha games, and I'll be honest, a lot of it I don't retain. But I still think it's important for me to try. Ah. Come on. There we go. Okay. Fair enough. But I still think, like, for me, I don't say things like that just because it seems... I'm short-selling how important those conversations are to me, even if I don't understand. Only ever worked in a spiral because I had lived a lot of my fire stuff after seeing how someone else did it. It's very hard to describe via text. Coordinated enough? I didn't realize, there we go. Somebody lava plus plus, please. I've only ever worked in a spiral, a downward spiral. Joseph. Thank you, Miraculous. I don't know, Joe. You didn't need visuals if you actually want to learn the mechanics, because it's far easier to make your thing look like their thing than it is to parse your own interpretation of text when you might be speaking slightly differently. Fair enough. But I find that I sometimes don't like Googling my questions because I find like if I Google the question, it's very practical, but it robs me of an opportunity to have a friend explain something important to them. Been married 29 years. She knows I can't make sense of her crochet stuff, and I know she can't make sense of my programming stuff, or really anything computer related. I'm just glad you guys are still talking to each other about the things that are important to you after 29 years. And I'm glad you have something that works for you. With code, it has set meanings that don't have customization, and so it's easy to read someone's code than to necessarily understand it from their description. Fair enough. I do think one of the things that like helps about having an actual formal education is that there are names for a lot of practices and a lot of approaches that it just helps to know, because it does make talking about them more efficient. Well, this is so much faster. This is so much faster. Goodness. Works better when you aren't falling in the lava every other row. Yeah, but I have to give the people what they want. What they want is an opportunity to type exclamation point lava plus plus. I think my second one would be loads better than the first. How many soap protectors do you need? Ooh. I've saved my clipboard waiting to use it again. Might be a minute, but we'll start the next segment and I'm sure you'll use it then. Probably 3 if I do switch over to bar soap for shampoo and conditioner. Interesting, okay. A girlfriend once, ex-girlfriend years and years ago, who I really liked. She found a bar soap and like a bar shampoo and conditioner that she really liked. It wasn't the one that we've been talking about though. It was one from, I don't know. There was like a store um, that was full of this sort of natural and unpackaged products, and she got it there. But to be honest, that was so long ago. I don't remember. But Alyssa, I'm still waiting for my order from that place to be shipped. Um, have my eye on another shop if the Canadian formula doesn't work out for me. Really hoping because that looks like some nice bars. I hope so. I hope it works out for you. I'm definitely gonna need more slabs. Um, and maybe it's glass time. I haven't ordered my stuff from them yet. It's been like at least 3 weeks, I think, since I ordered mine, and it still has not shipped. So I'm concerned that being my wife and for a while I ended up changing my soap and deodorant. I dealt with something that I never knew what was causing it. Not tested, but it seems I'm allergic to fragrance. I switched to types it out and then the issue went away. I love unscented products. Their quality of life is so much better. And like I'll go to an Airbnb, for example, and I'll get like most of them will use like fabric softener when they wash their bedding. And it's got this like really strong fabric softener smell of whatever the scent of fabric softener that they used. And I don't get it. Like I don't understand why they I guess they think it smells good. But it's so bad. Alright. Glass. Extremely sensitive skin. Most of my body is fine, but the delicate skin seems to be at its limit these days. You've been stressed as hell for like ever. Trying to get my hands on gentle enough but effective cleansers. Aren't we all? Actually, on that note, oops, there was. I'm out of food. 1 second. There was a shampoo that you had. Um, when I visited in this CRV shampoo. I've been using that, and I think I might like it. Obviously, I bought my own. I didn't steal yours. It's well, I'm okay with laundry detergents and shampoo, but I don't think either have an overly strong fragrance anyway. I have been using, and thankfully this seems to be catching on, so it's more common. But I have been using like Free and Clear. Used to be the brand was all it was all Free and Clear laundry detergent. Out of slabs. Damn. Okay, be right back. Nowadays you can get it in other brands too. Like here in Canada, I can get Tide, free of dyes and scents, and I love that. Yeah, the all is good stuff. It's just not available in Canada, so I haven't been using it here. I really want bar soap to work because I'd love to not have to pack even more stuff in the liquid Ziploc when flying. Underrated, I think. God, yeah, I honestly thinking about it. Okay, first of all, I have not been using conditioner lately. It's been like a few weeks now that I've just been using shampoo and not conditioner. And honestly, my hair has been behaving better for it. Because when I use conditioner, even if I rinse it out really, really thoroughly, my hair gets this like weird like Velcro-ness to it. And it just sticks together and clumps up and I don't like it. And it also like has a smell and I don't like that either. But I've been having decent luck with just like using shampoo, no conditioner, and then putting in a little bit of a hair oil with some heat protectant in it before I blow dry. And that seems to be working for me. Have you tried Dove Unscented? No, I've not. Out of slabs again, Jesus. I'm the opposite, my hair is Velcro without conditioner? Interesting. Oh, okay. I think maybe 1 or 2 more trips and then this elytra's gonna be for the shulker of elytras that are dead. Honestly, folks, we might. Depends on my mood. But if I run out of elytras, we might do a very, very brief end busting. After that, I'll just go buy one from Mara's shop. Don't want to repair them. Well, the thing was I lost one a couple of streams ago. But I try to have like lots of them so I don't have to go to the end very often to repair them because that's just kind of a pain. what's interesting is one of the fastest XP farms you can make in the vanilla game is actually a guardian farm. And it produces XP more slowly than an ender, but it produces bigger orbs. And an ender is going to be limited by the number of orbs you can absorb per tick, which is I think you can only absorb an orb every other tick. And so because the guardians drop their experience in bigger orbs, even though you get fewer of them, even though they drop less experience overall, you can actually absorb more of it. And so it's faster. Getting dizzy watching me move back and forth during motion sickness? Okay, I'll try not to. Heard these are better than Enderman farms? Maybe. No, they are better than Enderman farms. Let's see. No moving back and forth. I'm trying to keep my Harcula from getting motion sick. Honestly, that is kind of true, but like, have you seen ENX04's farm? I can look at something else or get the dogger next to me? Okay. I don't want to be causing my viewers motion sickness, but I also do want to get this done in less than a week. Double stack striders? Where? I thought I saw some over here at one point. Oh, there they are. Yeah. Honestly, that's one of the more fun features that Mojang added to the striders. I kind of wish striders were a little more practical. And we need more glass. Get more glass. And more prismarine bricks because we're going to need them for the next... Let's see. Poor guy on the top is cold. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is with the strider stacks. I was thinking about that. I wish there would... Because it's so cute that they ride each other. I wish there was a way to do it without them freezing to death. Oh god, I was about potionless there for a second. Okay, no, we still had one. We're good. Glass. And... Let me go with slabs. Cool. For God's sake. This tunnel's gonna be a problem. I am making the jester pants. So I didn't see what they were made out of. What do you think you're making them out of? Man, me hard kill. I hope I have not made Skill Issue Tunnel 2.0. Sure, listen. I was just curious if, like, you had, like, a specific type of fabric you were wanting to use, or... Cool. Of course you'll play it by feel. What else would you do? Fair enough. That'll be the project you do once you have, like, done a bunch of other projects. Okay, there we go. But yeah, that'll be your project for once you've done the other project, and then you have some scrap materials. Alright. Let's see if I can make good use of this trip. I don't have any of the blue glass for this layer, but I have some prismarine. I like accumulating scrap fabric, projects because then you end up with stuffing bits after that. Interesting. I don't know how much, like... It seems like it would take a lot of scrap fabric to be effective stuffing. Um, Depending on the shapes, you make a pillow or stuffed animal depending on the shapes you have and whether you have enough to care about fabric grain. I need to look up what to do with fabric grain because, like, apparently it's like really important that you cut a specific direction relative to the grain depending on what you're doing, but I don't know the details. I need to find them out. Can end up with scrap fabric you can't really do shit with real quick. I imagine. I wish that I still had the dress that I made. Because I made a dress from scratch. And I wish that I still had that dress. Just honestly for the curiosity of it. The memories of making it. More than anything else. There's a way that it stretches more, and having that be the vertical can make it really hard to have even seams. Okay. You can use that horizontally to give additional stretch. Good to know. Alright. Let me put... Thanks? No. Thanks. You go in here. Need a new elytra and more rockets. Last elytra. Okay. Backwards. More slabs. More blocks. And some light blue. Hashtag all the blocks. I don't think we're doing the all your block are belong to us joke again. Forgot to bonk your head, I'm so sorry. I'll do better next time. I should make a bonk head commands, but instead of incrementing a counter, it puts a block right in front of my head. But I don't think I'll do that because I don't think that would be fun. For me. No, come on, you definitely have... Okay, you're a slab. And you're a slab. Lovely. I'm out of slabs again. Streamer watch who plays Minecraft. Added a shuffle hotbar redeem. Honestly, I just don't think it would be fun for me. Like, obviously it's fun for a lot of other people and more power to them. But for me, I don't think it'd be fun to let y'all mess with my game. I think that would just be frustrating. But yes, that does sound evil. Okay, we're gonna need more glass. We're gonna need more slabs. We're gonna have to make more glass. Probably at least another shulker of light blue. So I think what I'm gonna do is as soon as I finish this segment, as soon as I finish up this segment of the tunnel, we'll go to the end and we'll repair our Elytra. And we'll get more sands and make more glass because we need. God, I'm just imagining some streamer like needing to drink a, like me. If I needed to drink a fire resist potion and then y'all shuffled my hotbar at just the wrong time, that could be a murder. Miharkula, are you the sort of person who would redeem such a thing? Alright. Would have been fun to do while she was working on the Froglight farm, but she didn't have the redeem yet. I too have been known to work on a Froglight farm. I've used it for nothing terrible. She's supposed to be a builder, so she was on a mushroom island and nothing terrible would happen. She did accidentally start a raid at her base. God, last year sometime I did like 4 streams just trying to make a storage for the Froglight farm. Okay, I require these guys. She lost some of her trade villagers. That's always a pain. Fortunately, it is much, much harder to accidentally start a raid now. Which, a lot of people want to complain about that because it makes raid farms harder. But honestly, For casual players especially, I think it's a massive win. Like, if you go within like a certain number of blocks of a villager, well, you have the bad omen effect. And you get it from killing this mob, and you don't know what it is, and then you go to a village and boom, raid. That, I always thought that was kind of evil. Our spawn is on a mushroom island. It's like over 1,000 blocks wide, one of the largest I'd seen before. You're not talking about Acorn, are you? Because I know she was, she's big into the mushroom islands. I don't know if she has a, okay. Somebody else then. It's like, I don't think she has a hotbar shuffle redeem, but who knows? Gapezilla, okay. I don't think I've ever watched them. The name sounds familiar, but I don't think I've ever seen their stream. Super chill Fortissimo streamer. Well, that can't be it. Family friendly, okay. The thing that popped into my mind was Final Fantasy. Because sometimes when people use FF, they mean that. But then you just talked about her playing Minecraft, so I was like, well, that's probably not it. And we run out. Cool. More cyan. And then... these guys. I think I'm considered a chill streamer, as streamers go. I've never desired to be the hype streamer, that's for sure. I just want to hang out with my friends and play Minecraft, and I think that makes me the chill category. Hi, Sooth. Ooh, I've been called cozy. I take that as a compliment. Also, welcome back, Vin. Welcome in, Sooth. What is this emote I'm looking at? Oh, Dadcraft, okay. As cozy as a literal highway through hell can be. Honestly, I feel like the highway is cozier than its destination. Okay. Need a shit ton of ice. It's not the first one I've said this evening, miraculous, so... I'm hoping that between the mob switch and the spawn proofing of this tunnel, because everything is spawn proof, that's why it's all slabs. Mobs cannot spawn on regular ice. They can spawn on packed ice, but not regular ice. So I'm hoping that this tunnel will be safe. Especially considering the speeds at which people are likely to travel down it. Yeah, so most mobs, I believe with the exception of polar bears, most mobs will not spawn on regular ice. I try to build with spawn proofing in mind, but huge parts of my world are not mob proofs because I refuse to just torch spam everything. Very fair. I do like that torch spam is less necessary now because the light level requirements drop to 0. Like, that's one of the best changes that Mojang ever made. So now you need like a quarter of the torches that you used to need. But I like to do glow lichen when possible. You lichen to lichen. That's what I always say. How are you tonight, Sooth? And everybody else. I don't think I asked anybody how their night was. Some people just come in and tell me, and then I forget to ask. Dude, I ended up with too much mint from a recipe I made, so I bought limes and rum and made mojitos. I assume that's a kind of drink. Presumably one with like a mint leaf in it or something. I'm showing my lack of knowledge here. I'm curious what recipe you bought the mint for. Sugar, lime, mint, and rum concoction. So, there's this place called Craig's Cookies. It's all over Toronto. I don't know if it's elsewhere in Canada, but it's here in Toronto all over the place. And they have this like mint cookie. It's basically like a cookie, but in the middle of it, it's like a peppermint patty. And I love it. I think it's really, really good. Interesting, a curry with mint. That sounds like it could be really, really good. Anyway, I love this cookie, but I usually try to go like late at night, like when they're about to close, because sometimes they give me extra cookies for free. And so I went there one time and they had these mint cookies and I tried them and I loved them. But then they didn't have them again. And so one time I asked, and I said, when do you have them in cookies? And the lady was like, well, we usually make them every day, but they're not very popular, so we only make them once. And I was surprised. It seemed like those cookies should be more popular than they are. Apparently they're just popular enough. Just popular enough that they sell out, and then I can't have any. So what kind of stuff was in the curry? Like, I assume you weren't just currying coriander. So the curry recipe is mostly cilantro/coriander, but it has a small bunch of mint in it. But the bunch of mint I got is huge. It's like 30 stems. I only needed like 4 or 5. You're going to be drinking a lot of mojitos. I don't know how or if you can make like mint flavoring out of just straight up mint leaves. It seems like maybe you could by like, I guess soaking them in alcohol or something. But it would be interesting to try to make like, because mint chocolate chip ice cream is like one of my favorites. Always has been. And it'd be cool because I can make my own ice cream. It'd be cool if I could make it with real mint. Mint was like a big bunch of for $2, or a tiny plastic cased pack of like 2 stems for also $2. Okay, I'm going to tell you all the ice cream story. When I was little, I was like 5 years old. And my family would sometimes go to Baskin Robbins to get ice cream. Something's going on. Yeah, soon. Anyway, so we'd go to Baskin Robbins to get ice cream. And I would always ask for green ice cream, which was apparently the mint chocolate chip. That was what I meant by that. But to me, it was just the green ice cream, which was kind of a pattern because we would go to the pizza place. We'd go to Cece's Pizza, which is one of those like cheap pizza buffets. And they had this like spinach Alfredo pizza that I did not know was spinach. All I knew was it was green, and so I called it green pizza, and I ate it a lot. So apparently I was just a fan of things that were green. Anyway, so yeah, we used to go to Baskin Robbins and get me green ice cream. Well, I had a bad habit as a child, as you know, children are wont to do. I would suck my thumb when I was little. And my parents wanted to break me of that habit for health-related reasons. And so one of the things they tried to do was they said, okay, if you can go all night without sucking your thumb, we will take you to Baskin Robbins. You get ice cream. I think most of my friends have heard this story, but I don't think I've told it on stream. So they promised they would take me to Baskin Robbins. Unfortunately for them, that was the moment that I realized lying was a thing. I could say that I had not sucked my thumb, even if I actually had it. Maybe they wouldn't know. I was like 5 years old when it occurred to me that I could say things that weren't true. So as I recall, and I might have just like changed this story after the fact in my mind. As I recall, though, I lied. And I said I had not sucked my thumb. And my parents were dubious, but they took me to get my ice cream. And they were skeptical, I think, in some sense, but they took me to get my ice cream. And I felt so bad that I never lied again. Unfortunately, there's no villain origin story there. I'm sure I lied at some point in my childhood, but I didn't like it. Like, it always left me feeling dirty. It always left me feeling like I had something to hide, and I didn't like feeling like I had something to hide. So I really didn't lie very often. My poor mother thought that raising kids was easy because she had me, and I I thought very similarly to her. Like, my brain worked very similarly to hers, and so she found it very easy to like homeschool me. Yeah, and so she thought, oh, this is easy. And then she had my brother. My brother is a totally different animal. And then she learned it's not easy. The invention of lying movie, and however different situation in that movie, nobody ever lied, and then somebody realized he could, and nobody questioned it. Interesting concept. I'm gonna get rid of this netherrack that I've been carrying around. Finn lied a lot of as a kid, but in my defense, the choice is usually tell the truth and get the crap beaten out of me, or B, lie, only get the crap beaten out of me if I got caught. What exactly were you having to tell the truth about that would get the crap beaten out of you? I see. So you had to lie and try to convince him it was Wednesday? I'm so sorry, but I had to. No lava falls. But I think I can promise you some because we're about done with this segment and we're about to start the next one. So I think I can promise you some entertainment. I'm so sorry, Vin. More slabs. So many slabs. Alright. I need more of this. Ah, come on. By the end of this tunnel, I'm going to be burning so many rockets just going back and forth. It's going to be painful. Make yourself one of those wind shot cannons to propel you across in seconds. That feels like a lot of work. It would take longer than making the tunnel. Which in some sense makes it the perfect project. Like, sometimes you just need a project that's way more work than benefit you get out of it. It's half the projects we do here, but... Oh, interesting. Can it, like, reliably stop me in a specific spot? Be like 500 to 1,000 blocks away? I think I've seen that too, actually, come to think of it. Wall would stop you. There's no wall. That's the problem. Kinetic death? Maybe. You need to figure out exactly how many wind charges to use. Okay. And then I have to go farm the wind charges because we don't have... I don't think we have a way to farm them. I know Joe was working on it, but I don't think he ever put something together. End wall of the main tunnel. Sure, but how's that help me when I go back? Here's the thing I don't quite get when it comes to the breeze rod. Obviously, it's very similar to the blaze rod. But with the blazes you can see the rods, right? They're kind of orbiting around the blaze. And with the breezes, you can't. They don't have rods. So my question is, where do the rods come from? This. This has been in the game forever. It's not exactly PG-13. You know what? I should actually do this would be way faster if I just kept the top intact. I don't think they went with a different design, and like many things that don't make no sense. Yeah. I'm curious if anyone in chat, it's just suddenly randomly curious, if anyone in chat uses auto jump. Because I don't like it, I keep it turned off, and I feel like most people do. Most serious players do. I'm curious if there's anybody in chat that likes it. Oh, Mihakula, I just wasn't doing the top layer yet, so go back for it. Auto jump. Sooth uses auto jump. Oh, goodness. Same. I do not care for it. Right. In order to finish this, we need more lanterns. So we're gonna run to the farm real quick. Get more rockets, then run to the farm real quick. So what happened with me is that when I started playing on the game, it set to on by default, and I just kind of got used to it. Fair enough. I feel like... Ooh, interesting. I wonder. No, okay. Had a thought for a second. Because I thought sometimes, like, easy placement prevents you from opening a container. And I suddenly had the thought that perhaps that was only if you were using a slot that was picklockable. Oh, fair enough, Mahakila. I guess I don't turn it off because... I don't know, it feels like I'm actually walking through the world instead of just gliding. There's no real context for gliding through the worlds. I've experimented with turning it off, and I kind of find it annoying to constantly hitting space to get over every block. I find it annoying to, like, that it, like, jumps every time I approach a block, except when I want it to. That's my experience with auto jump. And two, like, when you're trying to move quickly, you can get better timing with the spacebar than you can with auto jump. Do you admit it's occasionally annoying? Okay. You. Come with me. You also come with me. Let's go. Let's see, I'm also gonna need some shards if this is gonna work. I still don't like either option. Fair enough. Um, Down we go. Too far. Let's see, we need to craft, so let's eat this stuff and this stuff and make more sea lanterns. Here's marine crystals. There's marine shards. And more prismarine crystals. Okay. Grab like 10 of those. And 8 of these. And that'll make us like let's see. I don't have a crafting table. Of all the things not to have. No crafting table. Okay. Chat. Why? I'm gonna put you back on the BRB screen. I want to know why no one has yelled at me about the like obvious error on this screen. Put you back on it. I want somebody to yell at me about it. The use of shaders? No. It is in fact the /n. That is embarrassing, and I want to go. I'm gonna go on my YouTube real quick. I'm gonna find a previous VOD. And this won't do. I want to see if I made this mistake in the past. I wonder how accurate these captions are. Just scrubbing through for a BRB. So I can see if I had it wrong on the old one too. Because what I did was I re-implemented these in HTML and JavaScript so I could get like the flashing characters and like the countdown timer and everything. And it works great, but I need a stream that I took a break in the middle of. Here's my eyeliner stream. Did I not go AFK? I went AFK. Let's see. No. Surely I used my BRB screen. Maybe not for long enough. Maybe I did. I've derailed my stream and I have no regrets. This is about my honor. And okay. Does somebody have a timestamp? I'll scrub through this again. No, okay. No timestamp. I went AFK in the last stream. Oh, you know what I can do? Where's my time going? You get older. I mean, as I get older, the older I get, the shorter time gets, which is really upsetting. But I assume that continues. Okay, come on. Show me the BRB screen. Oh my god, chat is gonna help. Are you sure I went AFK in this stream? Because this is the one that we had Eve on. And I think Eve was there the whole time. Like, I think I was there the whole time. Maybe not because I can't find it. Okay, folks, here's what we'll do. I still have... I'm gonna put you back on the BRB screen, and I still have the old text source for that, so I'm gonna see if it's right. The BRB screen, which is... I don't have an AFK screen, like, BRB is what I use. This is the BRB screen. Okay, I hope that I retyped that as... I'm going to dig through my VODs later. I'm going to find a BRB screen. Because the new line at the end of the print of statements is supposed to have a backslash. It has a forward slash. It looks the same for me without the flashing. Yeah. I'm hoping I retyped that at some point while I was working on it, because if not, that's embarrassing. Let's fix it. I'm gonna do a little coding on my... So here's the code. Can't actually see the code that does anything interesting because that's all here. But here's the code that drives that screen. Basically, it just, every time OBS or the browser draws a new frame, it checks whether it needs to update the visible or hidden state, and then goes around again. So this... Oh, this is the end screen. Where's the BRB screen? This one. There. I'm going to go find an old VOD at some point, and I'm going to check. But to answer your question, while I have this up, Mihakula, let me make this a little bigger, maybe? Manage, just go on. Come on. No, I don't want to get rid. What are you doing? I can't make this bigger. However, this 12, Alyssa, you have not been summoned, but I am coding on stream. Just briefly. This, embarrassingly, this backslash, I had it just a forward slash. Artificial summoning. And at some point I'm going to go back to my VODs and see if this was the case in the past as well. But I had it as a forward slash. It's obviously backslash. Anyway, so the 12 is line 12. That's just a made-up line number in a made-up file. And then this 12 is also the line number. It's showing you what the line is. That's how GDB works. Okay. That's less embarrassing. $250.59. Okay. $250. Muted. Gonna grab a movie. Oh my god, it's just been that the whole time. Good night, folks. Yes, Alyssa? Hi. Okay, what? Because I bet... See, for my first few streams, I didn't even have a BRB screen. Now I can go? Okay. I bet it... I'm not just going to be watching my VODs all stream, but I bet it has always been this way, hasn't it? Let's grab this VOD real quick. A menace to society? God, I want to go back and... BRB, I guess. Okay, I'll mess with this later. But I think I've just been embarrassingly wrong for almost 3 years? Almost 2 years? Almost 2 years I've been wrong. Should I get dressed and hope I can get a banana cream pie slice? I think so, because honestly, I would like cookies right now, and I can't get cookies because they closed 28 minutes ago. You have programmers in chat who also didn't notice? That's my one comfort in life. Here's all the code for the countdown. It's really fun. I stayed up all night doing this. Very proud of it. Perhaps more proud than I should be, but I wrote it myself. No AI. Oh, Sue. Okay. Okay, I'll show you. So this bit here, this is a language called C. And the printf function puts some text on the console. RNLSA. And sometimes you have to print characters that you couldn't just normally type, right? So there's no way to like put the enter key in there. So when you have to print something that you couldn't normally type, use what's called an escape sequence. And an escape sequence is, it starts with a backslash and then has a letter. Yeah, new line. So the backslash n is for new line, and that puts like the effect of an enter key. And so it prints next line. It is. My problem, my super embarrassing problem, was that it used to be a forward slash like this. /n, which is stupid. Like that would just print a /n. It needed to be a backslash. And I have been doing C since I was 12, so I should know this. I do know this. I was wrong on my BRB screen for years. Just that little one character mistake. Technically, yes. I think technically my first... Okay. So the first program I ever wrote... I love this tidbit. Technically, the first program I ever wrote was actually in Microsoft Word. I decided to make a game for my brother to play so he could learn math. And so I made a math quiz in Microsoft Word. And the way that it worked was it would show you a question, and then it would provide you... Yes. It would show you a question, and it would provide you multiple choice answers, and every one of those would be a hyperlink, because I had figured out how hyperlinks worked in Microsoft Word. And so the incorrect answers would all hyperlink to a document that just said, no, sorry, that's the wrong answer, go back. And the correct answer would hyperlink to one of a few videos that I had taken of myself jumping up and down and celebrating that he'd gotten the right answer. And I maintained that was a program because it had control flow, it had state. It was a state machine, essentially. And so, yeah, that was my first program. My second program was I stumbled across, I was looking through Windows directories to kind of try to see how it worked. Um, and I found a batch file. And I was able to imitate the batch file to make it do what I wanted. Um, and so technically my first like programming language was probably Microsoft batch files. But my first real programming language was C. Not to get, I don't know, not political, but like too relevant on stream, I guess. But this is why I hate AI so much. I can't stand it. And people always talk about like how they can ship code so much faster with AI, and to some extent that is true, but that's not the point. It never was. I'm here to write code and to learn everything that I can and write beautiful code and not have anybody do it for me. Sue says the closest I ever came to coding was deciding to do my Angel Fire web page with the advanced option of having to do the HTML manually. Ooh, fancy. What's Angel Fire, by the way? The two programs I remember from my C64 days is messing with sprites, and they were silly stuff as I was a kid. When I went to college and did computer science, the introductory Java class that I took had like a segment on. We had to make a video game with like a library that would manipulate sprites. Um, Back in the days of like GeoCities and similar webbing free web pages. Cool. That was before my time. I was I was born in like the 90s, but kind of late 90s, so I don't remember the 90s or much of the early 2000s. And I wasn't really allowed to be online until I was like 13 or 14. Yeah, I know, but I'm not as young as people think I am. Alrighty, let's play some Minecraft. My category promises people Minecraft, and I'm not keeping that promise. I too remember dial-up because my family didn't get broadband until quite late. Ooh, okay, Sue. Cool. All right. We require slabs. We require blocks, and I require... Yeah, these are fine. Cool. Let's finish this, shall we? Eek! Eek! Okay, I don't really want to talk. Don't really want to share what it was because I'll dox myself if I do. But um, I think I have a website on Wayback Machine. I think. Maybe. Oh my god, your real name isn't Miharkula? I'm shocked. Oh, I bet. That's not what I wanted. Briefly? Did you sell it? Or just let it expire? I do own a domain name, but I don't use it for a website. I don't have a website hosted on it. I just have. I use it for like dynamic DNS and other things that I need a DNS name for. It's just my little corner of the domain name system. As of April 26th, the page is now gone forever into the dust. I'm sorry, Steve. I didn't know that Wayback Machine deleted things. Hercula, do you have like an email service that's using that domain, or do you have like, do you run your own email server? Part of me kind of wants to run my own email server, but I also know that that's outside of what I want to deal with. The two main problems with hosting my own email server are that if it ever had downtime, I would just miss messages, which is not really acceptable for something as critical as email. And two, sending email from an arbitrary mail server is not as easy as it sounds. You have to deal with things like reputation in order for your mail actually to get delivered on the modern internet. Google Workspace used to be the free thing, then they said they were taking that away, and I went to the paid version, then before the deadline, they reversed and grandfathered people. I was ticked because I'm paying for service I could have had for free if I'd waited until closer to the deadline. I'm so sorry. Excellent, Sooth. I love to hear it. At least I only have 4 people using it. I don't know if anyone else has gone down this rabbit hole, but personally, wife, 2 kids, and myself. Nice. Nice, Mihakila. Alright, there's that segment done. Now let's do the next one. I have the text and colors, but all the images are gone. I had my domain before I was married, but not based on that date. Okay, configure, locked. Alright, folks. Couple more. So, I have this Logitech G509. I'll put it on the big cam. Logitech G509. Only like 2.5 more sections to go. But it has this like button here that I can push, and it controls whether the wheel scrolls or clicks. It's very nice. with numpad on my mouse. That seems overkill to me. Like, I feel like I was playing bassoon, like with all the little thumb keys you have to do. Um, it does look a little like a transformer, actually. Oh, so you're one of those people, I see. Okay. I have enough blocks. I need a couple more potions of fire resistance. I used to play a ton of MMOs, and it's super handy for macros. Carpal tunnel issues? I'm glad that it's helping. Um, only had it a couple months. Sooth, I am so proud of you for having a corded mouse. Where did this pufferfish come from? I am confused. Okay. I've got a couple more of these. And some jumping. Hate dealing with batteries? Me too. Plus, like... Oh, I was supposed to drink the fire resistance before I jumped in the lava. Thanks, Mihakila. You're just waiting for that, weren't you? Any ancient debris while you're sinking down there? We'll find out. I did find some last time. So, we will find out. Last time I found 2 ancient debris at the bottom of the lava. And the nice thing is you can actually mine that stuff under lava without it getting destroyed. Logitech M575. Um, I mean, I don't know my Logitech mice. Mouse ball is used by the thumb, okay. Some of the streams I follow do lava lake debris mining. We are a TNT debris mining channel. I just have to say that. Kind of stressful, but she used a texture pack to make them easier to spot. Her mouse I got after someone reviewed. Did I follow again? Um, if you have to ask, then no. We use several mice, and the one they like the best is also the cheapest. Yeah, sometimes that happens. Ah, shit. Oh, I actually landed that. I had to actually place the blocks I wanted to land on before I landed on them. Thank you, Sooth. Sooth speaks the truth. I will say, I am not only using a corded keyboard, but a PS2 keyboard. Because I can. I do have one PS2 port. It's kind of common for motherboards these days to have one, just not two. Okay. I'm jumping in the lava intentionally. You do not have to plus me. Okay, cool. No. I've seen a PS2 board in like a decade. Don't recall the last time I saw one. I don't know, but like the ones that I've seen recently are like a single combination port, so you can plug in either a keyboard or a mouse. Oh, I've had it. This is a keyboard that I found in my like grandfather's attic when I was young, when I was like 8. And you know the PS2 port is just kind of this little round plug. Well, he kind of pretended to stick it in my ear and say that the keyboard is running on brain power. He didn't actually like jam it in my ear. Yes, Vin, thank you. Um, yeah, it is. I will show you. Um, Here it is. It's hard to find good Microsoft Natural keyboards these days. So this is the one that I use. And it has this like PC concept logo on it. But it's just a rebadged light-on SK6000. And you can actually get these on eBay these days. So actually, Mihakula, no. This is not a Microsoft keyboard. I like the Microsoft Natural layout, but this is actually not a Microsoft branded keyboard. Yes, it is a serial port for connecting a mouse. And it passes through to like a serial cable that goes to your computer. So you can easily plug a mouse into the... Oh, Nim has seen this thing. Nim has been to my house and seen this keyboard. Okay. You go here. I need you. Okay. Oh. Thank you. Not a tuba? It's euphonium. I play a lot of instruments, but my primary instrument these days is the trombone, which means I also play euphonium. My only instrument is keyboard. Okay. Perfect. Tuba or baritone for you? We love tuba and baritone. Mihakula, no. also love that you said taco food. Like, what is taco food? A bunch of things, but none of them very well. Recorder, flute, violin, dulcimer, lac type. Interesting. Um, I'm not gonna read that. I know it. I'm not gonna read it. Um, also, that is saying spicy food, but taco is what came out. I see. Man, I haven't had taco food in a while. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4. Los Angeles kind of ruined me. I've not had good tacos anywhere else. Taco kits? Like, what kind of taco kit? Like, just to, like, shells and not even in my own kitchen? Um, I don't make tacos the way that, like, because sure, I can make white people tacos, and white people tacos are fun sometimes. Um, but in Los Angeles and in surprisingly Seattle, I've had some really good traditional tacos with like, like homemade tortillas and stuff, and those the real deal. Like, does not compare. Taco Bell branded ones for cheap comes with shells, sauce, and meat seasoning. You need to add your own veggies and cheese. Interesting. Place I got to Newport has crispy flour shells option that I like. I would try that. It's not Mexican. It's very that's the most white people thing I've ever heard, but I would try it. Sooth. I feel like I've seen those actually at Loblaws. The weird thing is, like, good Mexican food is hard to find here. But, like, at the grocery store, like, half of the Mexican food you can actually find in the grocery store is Taco Bell branded. And I don't know how to feel about that. But, you know, traditionally, um, it's sort of like ground meat in a tortilla shell with taco seasoning. To my understanding, that's a little bit of an American thing. Um, that's not what actual tacos are like. The more traditional tacos are often made with things like grilled meat, which are very good. In Walmart, $3 or $4, which is cheaper than the Tostitos kits. Yeah. I'll give you that. They're cheap and easy. Oh, thank you. Um, I will say this though. If you take a Taco Bell kit that comes with Taco Bell taco seasoning, and then you put that, um, you make it, you put that seasoning on actual meats, you're not being very true to Taco Bell. I wish I had the amount of money I have in GTA 5 online, but IRL. I wish I had the amount of money that you have in GTA 5 online. Has to be at least 15% horse meat. Vin gets it. Tasty. Maybe not. Okay. We're like halfway done with this on this segment. We're gonna be here all night. Um, okay. I'm gonna Taco Bell a handful of times and only when they had coupons. It is a little bit weird. When I came to Canada a few months ago, it is a little bit weird just how many American chains are here. But there's a lot. Oh, did I get this? I got this done. I'm done. I don't have to do this anymore until the next one. Cool. Okay. Um, yeah, just how many American brands are here. It's kind of weird. Cool. Good. I have all the businesses, all of which are maxed out on upgrades except for one. All the properties, almost. Is this GTA 5 or is this Monopoly? Like, I'm a little bit confused. That's so noob compared to the people who've been playing since the beginning. I bet. Whenever you have an online game, you always have people that are too dedicated. $300 million to $1 billion. Wonder who the richest person is in GTA 5 and how much they have. I figure I've done pretty good with a couple years of playing off and on. Yeah. Legit Richard counting the hackers. I'm gonna go with legit. Ooh, Eve, good luck. Um, I'm curious, Eve, before you go, did you decide to use the Lilia that everyone would use or the other one? Oh, the Lilia. The one that everyone would use or the other one that was less likely? Come on. Please stop. You okay, so you used the one that was like meta or the one that was not meta? I'm not sure. Neither am I, Mihakula. I deleted my accounts quite some time ago. I look at Facebook because that's how some relatives contact me. Everybody I care about has my phone number, so fully private, no info there. Cool. On there mostly. That's the. Okay. There's two things that I miss about Facebook. I'm sorry, Mihakula, I don't care about you. Um. Ooh, how smart, how clever. He's figured it out. Um, so yeah, there's two things that I miss about Facebook. One is Facebook Marketplace because that's so genuinely useful. Um, and the other is oh my god, she has banana cream pie. Thank you, Mihakula. Uh, Marketplace listings and the ability to check up on random people from high school that I haven't thought about in 5 years. Those are the two things I actually care about when it comes to Facebook. There's a lot of it left, so I think I have to start going in and looking at the cold case to check that they actually don't have any, because it was missing from the board out front. Interesting. Um, Saw two whole untouched pies in the case. Maybe they wanted to keep him whole. Like, that might have been it. Advertise fresh made pies. Damn it. This section of the tunnel is too narrow. Because this section of the tunnel is too narrow. Oops. We diggin'. I know, Sue. Fortunately, it's just one wall, so hopefully we get this done quickly. That beacon power? No dummy, it's just netherrack. Anyone who wants to visit Seattle, make sure you have a visible plastic because there are so many places, a viable plastic, because there's so many places that don't accept cash. Honestly, it's the places that don't accept card that I notice. Like, it's probably just because they don't accept card. Got it. Okay, on my first time in Canada, I was here for a couple of months. I told you all the donut story. I don't think I've told you all the donut story. Okay. So it was I'm gonna tell you all the donut story. Listen up. I faced to another rock. Wouldn't just go poof at the sheer speed? So actually no. I'm gonna tell you all how this works. So in Minecraft, quote unquote, damage is dumped to a block by your tool every tick. The game checks if the block has accumulated enough damage to be broken, and if it has, it breaks the block. If your tool deals enough damage to break the block in one tick, then you will break one block every tick and you will instant mine. And that is the fastest mining you can do. You cannot mine faster than that. If it takes longer, if it takes 2 ticks to break the block, then the game does something annoying. Because if you are not instant mining, if you're not in instant mining mode, then the game enforces a 6-tick delay between breaking blocks. So if you are not fast enough to instant mine the block, then you can only mine every 6 ticks. And so the fastest you can mine is, instead of 20 blocks per second, it's closer to 3 blocks per second. It's kind of bad. That's how the algorithm works. Okay, donut story. I was in Canada for the first time. I'd been here like a month. And I decided late at night that I wanted donuts. There was one place that said it was open on Google Maps. It was some distance away from me, that essentially indicated on its Google Maps that it was open overnight. And so I could go there and I could get donuts. So I hopped on the bus and I went all the way out to this place, kind of almost out to Mississauga. where in theory I could get donuts. And so I get off the bus and I'm walking. I'm walking to this place, and I walk off on this like industrial kind of drive thing, and I'm like, okay, this can't be right. But like, I don't know, maybe they serve donuts to all the people that work out here or something. Um, and so I'm a little suspicious, but I keep going. And at this point, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. Um, so I keep walking, and I get like within 400 meters of the building, and I I wanted donuts, Sooth. So I get within like 400 meters of this building, and this incredibly powerful smell of donuts just overwhelms me. I was like, what the heck? Because this doesn't smell like a donut shop. This smells like, Sooth, I'm getting to that. So this incredibly powerful smell of donuts just hits me like a wall. And I'm like, what is going on here? But this does not smell like a donut shop. This smells like somebody is baiting me with donuts and trying to lure me in. Because I'm still like half a kilometer away from this place. And so I keep going. And I finally get to this place in this warehouse. And there's no like obvious there's like one entrance door, but there's no like obvious place where they're selling donuts. But they do have this one like there are like a bunch of cars in the parking lot, so like there's people here. There's something going on, but all the windows are blocked and there's no obvious place that they're selling donuts. And so I look back at the Google Maps listing to make sure that I didn't get something wrong. And I realize this is the donut factory. This is like the supplier for everybody that sells donuts across the city. This is where like half of them are buying their donuts. So that's too powerful knowledge. I can't allow you to keep it. So I have gone to the place where they're making donuts overnight that they're going to like truck out all over Toronto the next day. Exactly. It's a supply bakery, which explains the strong smell of donuts, but also means I'm not getting any donuts. And so by this time, I'm very tired and also kind of hungry. And so I head back home and I stop at a couple of different Tim Hortons because at least they have donuts, right? And at this point, I was invested. I wanted donuts. But unfortunately, even though they've in theory open 24 hours, they don't have their like customer area open. It's just drive-through. So no good donuts from Donut Place, no mediocre donuts from Tim Hortons, and I went home donutless. Actually, no. I was almost home, and I went into a Pizza because that's the only place that's open by like 2:30 a.m. And they had like churro sticks, and I got some of those. And that was the closest I got to donuts that night. I was upset. No, 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 no. Come on. There we go. Thank you. We need to buy box used donuts. I am a cop. In that regard. Oh wait, no, I don't want that. I want this. But yes, donuts do work on me. Gee. Yes, Alyssa. It is. Thank you, Alyssa. Okay, but honestly, the best donut place in Toronto that I've found so far is actually, it's kind of in the middle of the city. Um, and God damn it. It's actually a pizza shop, but they also make donuts. And I tell you, the donuts are better than the pizza. Ah, see, it's both. I'm just gonna drink the potion. That was less an intentional choice and more of a I drank the potion. So now I've drunk the potion. Um, the problem I keep running into is that I'm trying to sprint and it doesn't always register. Because the double tap doesn't always happen. Thanks, Alyssa. Lots of slip. Yeah. Well, perhaps helping the counter would be for me, and it would be increasing steadily. Oh, goodness, Alyssa. I mean, you can help if you want to. Um, I do the double tap and do the control, which is annoying. Yeah, I tried that. It was more awkward. That's okay, Alyssa. I'm about done with the lava part. The next part is safe. Slabs. I didn't do parkour? Well, you wouldn't last very long in parkour civilization, then. I had to lower heat into a legit business run, so I had to go pick up client car to bring to car wash. It is Uranus law of speed. Who creates a car and names it? I don't know. On a good day, I can clear a 3-block jump. Nice. Okay. I need more plain slabs. I don't have more plain slabs. Oh, my boots need a little love. Okay. Options. I think it's time for that end run. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put all these blocks back. Because I need more prismarine. So I'm gonna put these back. I'm gonna go to the farm. A good day is smack into the side of the Nether tunnel and spot all my items. Then I'll put the car wash without damage and bump into the entrance to the car wash. Oh goodness. Okay. Here's the plan. We are going to go start the farm, have it running. Because we need more prismarine. And then we're going to go to the end and we're going to repair everything. Yes, Alyssa, it is. Good news, you avoided the lava columns? Yes. Okay, so here's the thing. Before we can run this, what's in here? Nothing good. Also nothing good. Nothing interesting in here either. Okay, so this thing is ready to go. This one needs a little help. We have 64 in there. We need one here. That actually just work? No. Okay. Is there one in there at the moment? No. Okay. We need to trigger it to put one in there. Then I think it'll just work. But I need to get these guys out of there. And just stick them over here for now. Fortunately, this farm produces shards a lot faster than it produces crystals, so we won't run out of space. I have to turn off the light switch. Craft. In messages. Light switch. I totally didn't blow up the car after after being paid for making me drive something called Uranus. It is a pain to have to drive something like, something that's axis is perpendicular to everything else's axis. So, understandable. Welcome in, Nolik. We do speak English here. I cannot moderate any other language, so please do speak English if you would like to chat, but welcome. Good to see you. Alright, now look, I do need you to speak English, and fortunately, um, I will have to enforce that if you keep speaking Russian. I just need to go back to that portal and then... Okay, let's check that we're getting goodies. So many fish burning. Cool. Alright. Now to the ends. We'll repair our things. All the beautiful free fish. So if you want it, you can come get it. Yeah, a little bit. Hercula. Sooth. We could sell it to fishermen. Um, but I want to show you why we don't. Oh, I see, Hercula. Sooth, you're gonna have to see this. I mean, if you want to close the tab and not watch me, that's fine. I can't force you. But I would like you to see this. Alright, I think it's this way. Oh god, I hope this does not crash the server. Okay. We do have some amount of emeralds. Um, quite a few of them. Um, you know. So we don't really need to spend our time selling fish to fishermen. Okay, so here's the secret. Um, it's not hacks. It's a little bit hacks, but not really. So this happened before Mojang, or when we knew that Mojang was going to remove stacking raid farms. Vex built up the fastest, most technically advanced stacking raid farm in existence at the time. And then what we did was we removed this region from this server and we ran it on a separate server just constantly for months. We called it the pocket dimension. And its only job was to farm. I mean, go get some free emeralds. Its only job was to farm up redstone and emeralds, essentially. And it just ran for like 4 months in the pockets I mentioned before we merged it back. And we merged it back at the time that we upgraded to the version that disabled the raid farms. So technically, maybe a little bit hacks, but no cheats. Because we legitimately farmed all of it. We didn't just spawn it in. But yeah. We are going to go to the Nether, or the end, rather, and we're going to repair our stuff. Go this way. How about 1 to 2 shulkers of emerald blocks and that's it? Honestly, truth be told, I have zero idea how we are going to use all those emeralds. There's so many of them. Take your all's volume down a bit so we don't blast out your eardrums with the Enderman. You can buy a ton of blocks from villagers like terracotta, glass, etc. That's true, but we can farm all of those. Luth, were you here when I showed the Luth, were you here when I showed our concrete duper? Cool. Okay, so you've seen it. Nothing. Alright, let's see. Let's go ahead and repair everything, shall we? Including the hoe. So the cool thing is... Okay. Take repair mode. Fully repaired items held in hand will be swapped to damaged items that have mending on them. This... Yeah, but I don't want to do the main hand slot. You developed the Enderman farm? I don't know where Joe got it, but it's a very simple one. I'll show you in a second. Let's see, how do I... have a... There's a... Um... There's a tweak that limits repair mode to the left hand, or to the offhand. I don't know what it is. Hotkeys, leads. Free camera. Let's see. Where did I get... Oh, interesting. I didn't know you could randomize the... Oh, that's cool. Okay, so... there's a way that you can do this. Lists, okay. Repair mode slots. Only the offhand. Perfect. Okay. Repair mode. Now, I can do this in peace. Yeah, maybe. I'm going to use a carpet command so that I do this automatically. Box. Attack interval 20 ticks. There we go. Now I'm server-side attacking, and I can show you how this works. So, the problem with most Enderman farms is that they lure the Enderman with a... they lure the Enderman with an Endermite, and the Endermite always dies, and then the farm breaks, and then you have to start again. I mean, that's no fun. So this farm, the way that it works is all the Endermen spawn in this line here, and then if you stare straight down that line at the Enderman, they will all become angry and run towards you, so you're the bait. That's cool. Suzar's breaks all the time. So this is a little bit less, this is a little bit slower. I was able to speed it up by lengthening this spawn platform a little bit, but it's a little bit slower. But it works, and it doesn't break. Damn, I guess we just don't know how to endermite. It constantly died on this farm. And Joe got tired of fixing it, so he built this thing. And it works well enough. To prevent the Endermen from teleporting to them, if they're waterlogged, they're not a valid teleport destination. I didn't either, actually. I didn't know it until I saw this farm. Hmm. We're making some progress. The tool is just the tweakeroo is just automatically swapping out all our tools and armor into this offhand slot to repair them. And this makes for riveting content, I know. Mine is a small issue that a small number of Endermen teleport to my floating glass walkway and occasionally over me. That part above me is double carpets, which is supposed to prevent them, as well as other invalid blocks like fences and stairs, etc. So here's the thing. Um, when it comes to Enderman, the rules are very different. They're not like the spawning protection rules. Yeah, I mean, Killer, there's a feature called repair mode, and so you set that to use you turn that on, and then you set it to only use your offhand, and it does this, which is really cool. Okay, so here's the deal with Enderman. Enderman can actually teleport to most places. They will not teleport into water, but other than that, they are not concerned with solid blocks. What they are concerned with is what's called movement stopping blocks. So that means they can teleport onto slabs and onto stairs and fences and pretty much anything else. The double carpet works because when the when the Enderman encounters the carpet, it checks below the carpet to see if the block there is movement stopping. And if it is, then it teleports. So double carpet prevents teleportation. But I believe it has to be double carpet on top of string. The Enderman ones are a little bit complicated and I don't know them super well. But that's the deal. As long as the block has like a solid top face at any height, the Enderman can teleport there. For me, it's not too much of an issue. Part of the farm is made for efficiency and part of it is for aesthetics. I see. We love aesthetics. Like, that's the way that my base is kind of done. Like, none of the farms there are the most efficient, but they are aesthetic, and I love them. Okay, we're finally getting somewhere. We're done. There, Ox. Now, if y'all wanna accuse me of cheating for that, be my guest. 9, 3, 8, 7, 5, 4. We're missing number 6. We died with number 6. Okay. Silk touch, silk touch, silk touch. And a rocket. Sword, axe, silk touch, shovel. Cool. Okay. And this is in the offhand. Number 2. Thought I was missing one. Alrighty. And let's get out of here. And then I guess while I'm here, I'll get some sand because we need more glass. We are going to be here all night. 24-hour Ox stream, anybody? God, I can't imagine. I've gone to 6 hours. No, good heavens, no. I've gone to like 6 or 7 hours, I think, but that's about the longest. I've seen streamers do 24-hour streams, and I don't get it. I don't. I think it's fun. It's fun when other streamers do them. I find it difficult to imagine myself doing one. Part of me just kind of wants to try, just for fun, just to see if I can do it. I'll like take 2 days off work or something so that I can recover. I tell you what, if I ever, I'm gonna say this now. Y'all can clip it if you want. If I ever become a Twitch partner, because I think if I got to that level, I would go for it just because it would make a lot more sense at that point. If I ever become a Twitch partner, I will do a 24-hour stream. I don't have a plan for that to happen. I don't think I'm going to grow my channel that much. But if I ever become a Twitch partner, I will do a 24-hour stream. Could hold me to that. And all the programmers who also like Minecraft, get them over here. But I only know a couple, so not. But here's the thing, like maybe those programmers know other programmers, and I'm screwed. I do feel like that's my target audience, though. Programmers who also like Minecraft. Like, if I have a target audience, that's probably it. But truly, my target audience is just whoever enjoys watching me play Minecraft. It's like a fairly broad audience. If a programmer didn't get into Redstone at some point, I don't trust them. Fair. Hmm. Vexing Raven, how are you tonight? I feel like you've been mostly lurky. I appreciate you being here. And by the way, I don't mean that in like a bad way. Like, oh my god, Vexing Raven has been lurking. Like, I hate him. I just mean, oh, like you've been here the whole time, and I just haven't talked to you very much. Oh, okay. I feel like I saw you early on. I don't know. I hope you enjoyed your games. What you been playing? Saw the Odyssey this morning. It was great, except the sound cut out a few times. Oh, did it get muted for DMCA? Um, I've said this before, but the only thing that I know about the Odyssey uh, is the actual theater. That makes it funny. Oh, nice. I don't think I've ever seen a movie on actual film. But the Odyssey, the only thing that I know about it, it's supposed to have this like really cool soundtrack, which I have heard a little bit of, um, and and also that it was too woke for Elon Musk, and so Elon Musk decided that he was going to make his own version with AI. Not even when I was younger. Honestly, when I was younger, we didn't really go out to theaters. I don't know, maybe. I think the first movie that I saw in a theater was, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago. So like, maybe. Um, I don't think I was very aware at that point of how projection worked. I just assumed that um, I found that we're in agreement that the older bearded Matt Damon could get it. Um, oh, you mean he could get it? Okay, okay, got it. We're on the same page. That's a reason to watch the Odyssey. Musk doesn't like it. They have no idea what it's about. Yes, that's an endorsement. The scenes with Elliot are maybe like 10 minutes out of the entire movie. There's Flicker. Interesting. I assumed by now they would have fixed the flicker. Film has minor imperfections that digital projection doesn't, but it also doesn't have pixels, so it's more accurate to what was actually filmed. So, film doesn't have pixels per se, but it's not necessarily infinite resolution either. Like, it has grains, and those grains are what's exposed to the light, um, and change color. So it's, I mean, yes, you're not pixelizing it twice, but film is not, like, it's not perfect. Like, my favorite comment related to the Odyssey was someone saying no spoilers, and then someone else replying, you need only 3,000 years to read it. You only had 3,000 years to read it? I think there's by now. Any 7 millimeter project. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Um, I don't think IMAX is that old, is it? Yeah, sure. I assume that's like. I assume regular theaters aren't showing movies in 1080p. Like, I could be wrong. By the way, my stream is now brought to you in 1080p thanks to my increased upload bandwidth and the ability to use enhanced broadcasting. I guess the conversation I've mostly heard is about IMAX when it comes to, I don't know, I feel like I've heard like some discourse about going to see, like, um, going to see it on like film IMAX or something. I don't know. Um, yeah, Miharkula, I have gigabit up and 200, gigabit down, 200 megabit up at this place, which is by far the best I've ever had. Um, I still have not found a place where I can have fiber. Um, I've lived many, many different places, and none of them have had fiber. I've been disappointed. I'll take the 200 megabit upload. My YouTube videos now upload in 20 minutes instead of, 3 hours. Okay, but here's the thing. When I started streaming, I had 400 down, 10 up. Oh, I have extra glass. I don't. Okay, cool. So, fun fact, in 720p, the maximum bandwidth that Twitch wants to accept is 6,000 kilobits per second. So 6 meg. So I did have the bandwidth. Um, the funny thing is that Spectrum, my cable provider in Los Angeles, was upgrading their network to support symmetric speeds, but they were rolling that out just as I left. So I didn't get that either. Um, so I've never had a symmetric internet connection where I lived. I had dropped frames running at 300, 400. See, I had dropped frames too, but it wasn't because of my bandwidth. It was because of stability. Like, stability and bandwidth are not the same thing. And I went to the AT&T store because AT&T theoretically had fiber in my area, but not at my particular address. So I went to the AT&T store and was like, "Can we fix this?" And they couldn't fix it. But they had they tried really, really hard to sell me um, wireless internet, like cell tower internet. And I was like, no, like, I'm sorry, I want a wired connection. And they're like, but it's just as fast. Like, try it, it'll be fine. And I was like, no, I don't, like, you don't understand. There's bandwidth, and then there's connection stability. I'm not dealing with a wireless connection. Supposedly Spectrum is doing the high split upgrade here eventually. Um, well, I hope you get it. I hope you do. Um, Brother has gigabit internet through satellite. I mean, sure, if it's not raining. I'm so mad. My entire city is getting one or more fiber providers in the next 2 years, and nobody is scheduled to bring it into my neighborhood. Um, I will say, complaining to the FCC can get you places. T-Mobile hasn't responded. Gateway said they needed permission from HOA and didn't reply when I sent the contact info. Damn. I didn't realize T-Mobile was in the, like, in the hardwired connection business. Starlink, I think the only thing available. Starlink is... it exists. It's good for people who don't have any other option. But for me, I refuse to support Elon Musk. I don't think the FCC cares since we have CenturyLink DSL and Spectrum cable already with gigabit down. Broadband is T-Mobile also. They bought the previous company, which bought the previous company. I see. All right. Not T-Mobile, it's AT&T. Okay. So here's the thing. AT&T had brought fiber to my neighborhood in Los Angeles quite some time back, but I lived in an ADU, an accessory dwelling unit, so it was another house built on the same property. And I guess they built it after the fiber came through because my address just didn't exist in their system. And so they just wouldn't bring it. They wouldn't let me have fiber. And I considered like fighting harder, but then I thought to myself, is it worth it? Because like if I'm gonna have to fight this hard to become a customer, do I want to have to fight this hard when there's a problem? And the answer was no. Okay, let's see. I need 24. I'm only going to be dying one of these. This and this. Put it back. I think one will be enough, hopefully. Yeah. We hate ISPs. My ISP is nice because it has, you know, gigabit down and 200 up. It's not nice because it's CGNAT on the IPv4 side and does not support IPv6 at all. So you win some, you lose some. Oh, man. Tell them, like, they don't support IPv6. I cannot get an IPv6 address. I cannot get a prefix delegation. I cannot use IPv6 at all. I emailed them to ask if it was just my configuration or if they didn't support it. Agreed. But I emailed them to ask if it was just my configuration or if they truly didn't support it. And they called me and they said, we don't support IPv6. And for your information, it is. Oh my god, I made more cyan. Please hold. They said, we don't support it. And for your information, it's the new technology. So nobody supports it. And not just us, but everywhere in the world is not supported. Like somehow I have an ISP that not only doesn't support IPv6, but doesn't believe it's a real thing. Still have the original company domain name. Yeah, I don't know. One of my friends is a network engineer at Cox Communications, who was my ISP many years ago. Um, he worked his way up from tier one support all the way to network engineering, um, which I think is really cool. Um, but I wish I had him at my current ISP so I could complain to him. Let's see. I need to go back to my house and I need to make more light blue glass. Oh, I did. Trust me, I did. What do you need IPv6 for? I do know it's because we are running out of addresses, but I don't know how or what it uses really. What uses it? So here's the thing. Um, we are running out of IPv4 addresses. We ran out a long time ago. And so the way that IPv4 works in your home, as I'm sure you know, it uses NAT, Network Address Translation, where you have one public IP, and then every host behind that has a private IP address that is not routable on the public internet. And then it tracks connections and tries to route packets to the right computer, the right host, by just keeping track of outgoing connections. Um, so it's kind of this layered structure where you have a public facing IP that is routable on the public internet um, on the outside, and then on the other layer you have your private IPs. Well, my internet provider, to save money, because it didn't want to pay for a lot of it either didn't want to pay for a lot of IPv4 space or just couldn't get it. Um, they have a second layer of NAT. It's called CG NAT for carrier grade NAT. And um, so the IP address that my router gets is not the publicly routable IP address. So at that point, it's not possible for me to port forward or to make even my router accessible from the public internet in any way. I have to use Tailscale to get around that one, which, it has its own downsides. Um, so I cannot port forward or do anything like that. Traditionally, exactly, Hercula. Um, so the obvious answer is just use IPv6, right? Because there's plenty of IPv6 addresses, so I can get a real one. But no, because my ISP doesn't support it. Okay, I need to make the right color of glass, please. Damn it! Now I have glass panes. I didn't want glass panes. We'll use them for something, maybe. That might be enough. Time to design some waterfalls or something? Have fun. Oh, you're suggesting that I do that with my glass. I see. So, Miharkula, no. The reason we will never run out of IP addresses with IPv6 is that IPv6 has a 128-bit address space. So IPv4 has a 32-bit address space. It has, in theory, about 4 billion addresses, minus some of the invalid ones. IPv6, yeah, exactly. That's how many. To be fair, the first, like, at the time IPv4 was designed, never have 4 billion hosts was a reasonable assumption. There was no reason to design a system that could handle 340 undecillion hosts. Mm-hmm. Sure, Sooth, but IP addresses are not static. They get recycled. Like, I mean, very Harkula. I do wonder sometime if we'll ever have a need for architectures wider than 64 bits on the CPU. But that's so much memory. Like, I think we would have trouble. Because, like, if anybody doesn't know, the main reason um, for changing from a, like, okay. The main reason for changing from a 32-bit architecture to a 64-bit architecture has nothing to do with larger numbers and everything to do with being able to address more memory. Okay, actually. So the thing that sent us off on this trip was that we ran out of regular prismarine, so we're going to get some more of that now. So 32-bit computers max out at 4 gigabytes of memory. And 64-bit computers max out at 4 gigabytes of memory for every byte that a 32-bit computer has. So yeah, 16 exabytes ought to be enough for anyone. One would think. I'd love to address more memory, at least be able to access what's already there, especially like where did I put X in this mess? Fair enough, Mihawk, but fair enough. would love to be able to afford more memory in this economy. It's okay, Mihakula, they don't suffer. Oh my, the memory HD on my computer way more than I originally paid for just 2 years ago. I know, like, so much. How do I not have a... Hang on. Hang on. What is your problem? Four and... Jesus. Congratulations, Eve. Okay, so these are full, they're not emptying. Why are they not emptying? Because that is pushed. That is full. That's empty. So we need it to tick. How do I reset this thing? If I do that, that'll go. Okay, so I think if I'm correct, I can just pull the shulker out of here and it'll reset. There we go. Well, because we've got this many crystals in this time, but no. Unfortunately. No chance. Okay, did you see what it said earlier about the effort number Swain? Excellent. Okay. What I said about the neutrals at 70... No, I didn't. I'm gonna scroll up. One thing was really strange about watching a movie in 70mm in 2026, no ads or trailers. That's cool. I love no ad spaces. I expect they just don't really have any physical trailers to splice onto the film anymore. Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, Hercula, that's the point. Unless I was at like partner levels of engagement, I see no benefit to having ads on this channel. I just want it to be a space where people can hang out. And ads kind of make that less the case. Exactly, Mihakula, because I'm not an affiliate, so there's no ads. Oh, do you have Twitch Plus or like an ad blocker or something? Or Twitch, not Twitch Plus, Twitch Turbo. Right, okay. There we go. That'll do. That'll do nicely. Okay. We have a few. Okay, I'm just gonna pull these back with me. I only sub to 2 places. One who I watch every stream and then I pick somewhere for my prime sub based on mood, or who's streaming when I realize it's a fail. Fair enough. Okay, so now that this thing is working, we're gonna leave it working for a bit. I'm ready to go work on the tunnel. Miha? Welcome in, Taro Unreal QWQ. I think I'll just call you Taro, unless you'd prefer something else. Welcome in. Oh, you're talking about me, Harkula. You two know each other? Harkula is a long-time regular here. Um, oh, cool. I love, like, meeting people on Twitch that you already know. Um, Welcome in. I'm Ox. I'm a technical Minecraft streamer, but I do a decent amount of building as well. Um, I'm a I'm a chill person. We were just talking earlier. I'm in the chill category of streams, but uh, yeah, we just like to hang out and play Minecraft. Um, cool. What was I gonna do? Okay, I was gonna go work on the tunnel. Where did that come from? It's wild that the oh, the bots. Yes, that was the bot. Um, God, it's so wild that like the Twitch algorithm would actually recommend me to someone. I'm sure it happens, but it's weird to think about. These guys all need to be slabs. That might be enough slabs, actually. We'll see. Okay. Give me these slabs. Give me these guys. I just now figured out you can drag like that. Somehow that escaped my notice. See, that's more than I need. I need these guys, and I need these guys. Oh, yeah, okay. If you're in a full shulker, you can just, like, click. You can hold down Shift, click, and drag, and it moves them all. That's wild. I can top that for weird. Someone I share a small community Discord with showed up in the Discord server a streamer or a mod who has like 15 viewers tops. Interesting. Oh, a streamer you mod. Okay, streamer you mod for. I mean, how could they need to die until like 10 minutes ago? All right, let's get this done. Every once in a while, I have a new follower. Yeah, Hercule, do you stream? Did I just not know that you stream? Oh, you don't stream. Okay, you just said that. I read the messages out of order. Thank you. I did stream for a few months, like about 2 years ago, but some trolls made things difficult and I stopped. I'm sorry. I've been very fortunate to be, like, surrounded by people that are not trolls and have no patience for that sort of thing. And so I haven't had to deal with it. Um, my friends take good care of me. And I had the advantage when I started streaming, I had the advantage of having been, like, active in different Twitch communities for several years by that point. And so everybody, I had like a whole group of people that were excited to see me stream. That was really cool. So to some extent, I had a built-in audience ready to go. I do. I have friends in high places. I am friends with the one and only. What's the word? I want to say it's the self-titled face of Minecraft on Twitch, but there's a different word for it, the self something else, and I cannot remember for the life of me. Anyway, indeed, I'm friends with her. That is my highest claim to internet fame. It's not self-appointed. It's not self-appointed. That's not the word I'm looking for. Also, welcome back, Joe. Self-declared? I almost want to say self-styled, but that's not it either. One of the correct answers is not just the one you're looking for, I see. Okay, I'm gonna read this. I streamed Stream Raiders back when it still existed, well, with backing. It was a game you played with viewers, though technically they didn't ever have to even watch the stream. Anyway, um, oh, don't worry about word spam. Like, I'm here to chat, so I don't mind reading words. You went through a series of battles on a map, maybe 15 to 20, and then you get to the boss. Well, as you're going along, the more placements you had in the match, the harder each battle got. Well, I would get like 20 plus people until the boss battle, and then they would go poof and no way to defeat. That sucks. Only option is to restart the entire map. I know this because Stream uses it on every stream when he refers to himself as the self-appointed chest hair of retro. I see. Now, self-appointed is like a valid description of it, but I don't think it's the word she uses. I wonder how big of a stream you have to be for it to make sense for you to do something like marbles on stream or like one of those like viewer engagement kind of games. I don't know if I'd ever be interested in doing something like that, but I don't know if my audience would be either. Is 90 villagers for a base too much? It depends. If you're talking about lag, there are things you can do to mitigate that. It also depends on server rules and the server's resources and what version of Minecraft you're on, and whether you're storing them as zombie villagers, which is not necessary anymore, but it used to be. Joseph is correct. Try to keep them unloaded. But also, it's not as big a deal as it used to be, because Mojang has been optimizing, so... Also, welcome in, Zimkeys. Joe did. On this server, Joe's, oops. For a while, Joe's villagers were stored as zombie villagers. We have a plugin in a server where you can rename the villager and it disables noise. Okay. No vexing Raven because they use different pathfinding, and so the game, if for zombie villagers, is not always processing villager objectives, and so performance is better. Yeah, what Joe said. I would tend to want that many for a large trading hall far enough away from my base that they're unloaded unless needed. That's true, because I finished the falling into lava part. I would have assumed zombie villagers is constantly trying to find a player to kill would destroy pathfinding. Not necessarily. It's easier to find players than it is to find job blocks. Alright. I'm for cyan glass. Zombie pathfinding isn't all that busy compared to villager POI searches and all their other crap. I really need to move my supplies closer to the job site at this point. Got less change to bonkhead. Oh no, I need a job plaque. Oh, it's time to gossip. Oh, it's time to go to the curb. Oh no, I need to work again. Oh no, I need to sleep. But there were all kinds of hacks to make villagers less pathfindy, like putting them, putting like a magma block in front of them would stop them from pathfinding. Or like a sweet berry bush or something. Stop them from pathfinding. Stop thinking you are where you need to be. That's an incredibly incredibly Oh, hey. It's been a while. That's like close to when I started streaming. Um, I don't know who my oldest follower is. It's probably somebody who followed me years ago before I started streaming. Because there were a couple people that followed me like before I started streaming just for the memes. Including actually a Twitch partner. Um, yeah, I don't know, Miharcula. I don't know if we have like any mutual communities or anything like that. Yeah, I don't know. More class. Well, Miharcula, I'm glad you did. It's been good having you around. Okay, let's be taking a few things with us, shall we? Like these guys. At this point, it's taken me several rockets to get back and forth. So, okay, let's... Does she have a radio? Yes. Um, I have been active in her channel for several years now. So she was happy to raid me. Um, oh, that's a story. That is a story. So, it was 2019, and I was visiting a friend in Florida. And this friend is a streamer herself. Her name is Cryara. Everyone should follow her. I'm gonna shout her out right now. Come on. So, I visited her in person in Florida. Um, and she was talking about her Twitch stream, and I didn't really know what Twitch was or why you would want to watch somebody play video games online, but I wanted to support her as my friend. So, while I was there, I secretly made a Twitch account and watched her stream. And I made my name what it is to see if she could guess that it was me. And so then I just hung out on their channel for like 6 months. And one day she rated the hot dish, and the rest is history. I saw a cute girl playing with redstone, and I followed. Because that was back in the auto sorter days. This was by this time it was spring of 2020, and so 8-bit sort of carried me through COVID, like it did for so many other people. Um, and now we're here. Um, she graced me with her presence. I graced her with my presence. No, but by the time she's probably the channel I'm the most active in, and by the time I started streaming, like we had been friends, and um, so she was like super excited to find out. Like I rated her on my first stream as a surprise, and she was mind blown. She was so happy to see me stream, and she rated me the next chance she got. Um, if I can catch a stream and you were in the chat, I'll blame you for me following her. I don't think it's my fault. Joseph, it's your server. Joe just posted behind my face. You can't see it. He posted, I'm here to grief your server. Oh, Kyara, okay. Um, yes, she is where I got that. I just thought it was really, I just thought it was really, nice. Because for me, like, I've talked about this before, but streaming for me was really about, like, can I put myself out there and do it? Can I put myself out there and stream on Twitch in public and talk and all those things? And see, let me grab. I think I'm out of slabs. I'll take this opportunity to get some more glass and some more blocks. And our stone cutter. But okay. Consider I had an average of 2.5 viewers. But yeah, I wanted to see if I could do it and prove to myself that I could. And so I did that. And so from that perspective, knowing that I did this because it was important to me and I wanted to like it was like a self-development kind of thing, like a character development kind of thing. Um Knowing that, it kind of made sense to me to kind of keep track of it and like keep track, oh my god, I've done 100 streams. Oh my god, I've done 200 streams, you know. I've done 39 streams. Not quite as many as I thought I would, but you know, it is what it is. I've had a blast. I'm so glad that I gave it a shot. But yeah, that's why I number my streams. They do. They do indeed, Sooth. I think I don't. This is the library. Yes, okay. Um, Honestly, that's like the most satisfying thing about Lightmatica, the blocks go burr. Yeah, so Kryara, she does not stream that often anymore. She used to be like trying to do it like as a content creator, like full time. Um, Nowadays she has moved on to other things, but she still occasionally streams to say hi to everybody, and it's always a lot of fun. She plays a lot of Phasmophobia these days, but also a lot of like retail simulators and sometimes Stardew. She plays a variety of things. The blocks are cold. What do you mean? I feel like Mihaku is like usually joking at me and I'm usually not getting it and I'm kind of ruining the vibe, but what do you mean? Oh my god. You're as bad as me. Fair enough. I could be many things in life. I doubt if I will ever be a dad. That doesn't seem likely. I never figured out how to do layers, so I'm showing just one at a time. Okay. The way you do it. Lightmatica config. I like the hotkeys for this, but on the visuals. Hang on. Layer mode. Okay. So I have hotkeys set for this, but render layers. So you can cycle through this all below. I have it set to all below the target layer. I can change to all above, all, or single layer. Layer range, all below. And then I just set, and I have hotkeys, page up and page down for this to change the layer. And that's how you do it. It's a little bit annoying because you can't just like hold down the hotkey and have it scroll through the layers, but that's how it works. can also do a hotkey to make the entire schematic disappear. I have a hotkey that disables Lightmatica rendering entirely. And this has taken longer than I thought it would. Disable schematic and disable Lightmatica altogether are also separate unique hotkey options. Yes, there's a lot of hotkeys in this mod. I require more slid. I don't understand the logic behind easy place mode preventing certain interactions and not others. God, me too, but honestly, I kind of am not motivated to play with Axiom. Neither have I. We could probably submit a request to get it on the creative server. I don't know if Joe would want to do that, but we could. Well, Joe, are you working on the Paranormal Society? Or no? No, you're working on your base. I have Axiom installed, but disabled as I haven't taken time to figure it out. Arithmetic is one of those things that does have a learning curve, but it's very useful. Oh, okay, Joe. Yeah, I remember that looked cool. Joseph also streams occasionally. He is one of my closest friends. So, no. Axiom has a server side because otherwise the performance would suck. Like, there's only so many different ways that, like, the client would have to use, like, innumerable set block commands. That would be very, very slow. And so, Axiom has a server side mod to optimize things. I only learned the bare minimum for Lightmatica. Yeah, there's stuff I don't know about it. Like, Lightmatica it has depths. But yes, Axiom does not work just client side. At least not fully. I don't know if it works slightly, but it does not work fully. And basically, Axiom is like a weird model where they want you to pay for it if you are like making money off of it. So if you're like a professional build team and you want to put it on a server, you have to pay for it. But if you reach out to them and you're like, hey, we just have this server where a bunch of friends play for fun, can we please install it? They'll be like, sure. So that's how that works. Nice. Nice. I watched so much tutorials, but due to lack of using it lately, I've forgotten most of it. Oh, alright. This. What else do I need? I need these guys, probably. And bring these. These. Cool. Light blue. Let's see, here's ice. Put that here. Prismarine bricks. This can go with the prismarine bricks. Because my ender chest is full. Blue. Sure, Mihaki, I'll get right on it. We had one, but it was bugging some of the users, so admin removed it. We tried to be 100% vanilla compatible on the server, and what that means is, like, obviously we have mods, but everything, like, has to work with a 100% vanilla client. So if you want to use a vanilla client, you can. Client-side plugin, so worked with vanilla. Client-side plugin? How? Okay, server-side, gotcha. Does that mean Bedrock compatibility? No. Bedrock and Java are not compatible. But you can use it with a 100% vanilla Java client if you would like. True, but they're not perfect. And this server is so technical that we, like, first of all, the server is so technical that it doesn't make sense to try to play Bedrock on it. And secondly, it's just, like, um, like who wants to play Bedrock? Bedrock has a couple of things going for it and everything else going against it. I do play one server, not often. And the thing is, like, oh, for sure, like, nothing against people that enjoy Bedrock. But it's just, in some ways, a different game. And we don't go out of our way to support it. Except that one time. The first April Fools after I took over administration for this server, I put out an update. I converted the world to Bedrock and put out an update saying in the Discord saying that I had updated the server to Bedrock Edition. And we had a day of it. 1 second, folks. I need a break. Yeah, we don't do alternate paintings here. We do things the hard way. Am I going to regret 1 o'clock in the morning cereal? Probably. Am I going to eat it anyway? Yes. Have any of y'all seen the new way to make full spectrum map art using only 2 layers and some sort of map updating feature? Yes. I don't think it's truly full spectrum. I think it's close. Yeah, it's super cool. I like my map arts though to be reproducible. Meaning that like I want to be able to go back to the spot and make it again. So I do staircasing still. So Surfman has a couple of decent-sized map art projects. She made a very cool pool table. Unfortunately, that was lost due to the accidental deleting the server by the former admin. Someday I will speak. Her world has a Doctor House map art. That was like 6 maps to make the image. Oh, they can. They can soothe, but I like things to be unbreakable. I have 1 o'clock in the morning cereal. Back to Raven. Yeah, Sooth, it has to do with the way that, like, as you fill in a map, um, at like the edges of where you are filling it in, there's like a checkerboard pattern. We have a mixture of regular Cheerios and multigrain Cheerios. So extra multigrain. But anyway, it uses that somehow to like only update certain pixels. Yeah, I don't fully understand that. Oh, from the 1 a.m. perspective, yes, it's the correct time. From the tomorrow perspective, maybe not. It's not even tomorrow, it's just today. Thank you, Sooth, for saying that I'm right. No, thank you, Mihakila. You can. have extra milk. I'll be right back. I mean, if the people want a chair stream, I'll give them a chair stream. That's easy for me to do. But, see, here's the thing, Miharkula. You are absolutely right. Except that you're contradicting me, and I am always right. So you're just going to have to learn that. Here's a previous of advice: do not buy the Walmart brand almond milk. Sooth, I try not to shop at Walmart at all, here in Canada especially. Really anywhere, but especially in Canada. I try to support Canadian businesses where I can. I know that not everyone has a ton of options, but here in Toronto I do have options. I try to use them. Yeah, I mean, you do what you gotta do. I don't drink any brand of almond milk, just don't like it. Wife drinks it down here oats overnight stuffs. I saw an Instagram ad for oats for like this overnight oat things at some point. Not know what to make of it. Out of ice, okay. Blue Diamond? Blue Diamond is one of the ones that I know. So it's got that going for it. We'll put that there, and then... Ice. Ice, ice, ice. Cool. You go there. You go there. My inventory. One is like slime. Whatever thickener they use is gross. Interesting, Miharkula. Because Blue Diamond is like an almond brand. Like they just sell whole almonds. But they also sell almond milk. But yeah, I'm not shocked that the Walmart brand is slimy. Oh, I didn't know that. I don't really pay attention to my alternate milk brands because when I have milk, I generally have real milk. Or cow's milk, I guess, to be specific. So, one somewhat interesting fact, is that there's a difference, in Canada. When you go to buy milk, you can get skim milk. You can get 1% or 2% milk, and then you can get homogenized milk. It's called homo milk here. That's what everybody calls it. In the US, you get your skim, your 1%, your 2%, and then you get what's called whole milk. And it's the same stuff, but in the US it's whole milk, and in Canada it's homo milk. And I found that funny when I got here. Just looked up and noticed the Blue Diamond logo. It's smaller than the Almond Breeze, so didn't pay much attention. See. Jesus Christ, who is selling 35% milk? I mean, Americans sell it by percent too. Like, they sell... You can find 1% and 2% in America. Okay. They also sell heavy cream. But yeah, 1% and 2%, you can buy that in America. Although they're sometimes called part skim. I've seen 1% and 2% as well as whole and skim, and then there's half and half. The 3.25% I think is unique to Canada and especially Quebec. I see 3%. I see 3.25% here in Toronto, so it's not unique to Quebec. Yeah, so here's the thing. I have not been able to try bagged milk. They do have it at the grocery stores here, but I just don't drink enough milk for that to not go to waste. So, oops. I don't buy bagged milk. Yeah, I know you have to buy like the special container for it. And then it goes in the container and then honestly, it's more environmentally friendly because you throw away a lot less plastic. Joe, I'm sure there's a wholesaler somewhere. Just buy the whole milk truck. Um, like, why stop at the keg? Buy the whole truck. Oh god, think of some of the activities that people get up to with kegs. Just seem even more cursed with milk. Like, a milk keg stand. Sounds horrible. Hey, Harkula, whatever that reminds you, no. Unremind yourself. Good night, Vexing Raven. Thanks for being here. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure, Biocula. See if he uses it for communication strategy. Oh no. Like between them or each? I see. I've never had that experience, thankfully, but I see. I just hope I never find out. I don't want to know. I'm a curious sort of person, but I don't want to know. I chug a glass of it, but that's it. I never drink milk. I will eat it in food, and I will eat it in cereal. Like, I'll pour it on cereal. I'll make it in recipes, but I never just drink it. You ever saw the episode of Pokemon where Squirtle uses water gun to the ground to jump? That's how people used to boost themselves with Elytra. No, Mihakio, I don't like drinking milk. So, I don't. Okay, let's see. I want to make half of these into another sugar slabs. So, have you ever said that? Oh, Joe. This is the most disgusting stream chat I've ever had. Just saying. Like, it's not the most disgusting I've ever participated in, but it's the most disgusting I've ever had on my stream. On my channel. Drink most of it, then whatever dog is around, get the rest, unless it was a cereal that had something harmful to dogs. Joseph, I was there for that. Apparently we're just talking about bodily functions working in reverse today. Yeah, and the trouble is, the problem is it was a really, really, really good curry. So it's a real shame that you didn't keep it down. Joe, did you ever end up going back there after that? I remember there being some kind of spicy sauce thing. It was some sort of a mini barbecue festival. First clue should have been that I had to sign a waiver to get it. Some sausage with a thermonuclear sauce on it. Sooth, I think you underestimate how stubborn Joe is. Oh no, Mia Harkula. I know, it's too many slabs, to be honest with you. Basically, what I did was I took the design for the like entranceway to the ocean monument, and then I narrowed it to make it more practical for a tunnel, and I offset it by half a block so that it would be spawn proof. Yes, yes, I did. No, no, it's already on. Because I narrowed it by 2 blocks. It's actually not, Sooth. If you check, it's not. I'm nearly 100% sure it's my fault for eating too much of the rice after drinking a cocktail. A very boozy cocktail. I see. First time eating something too spicy for myself was accidental. When I grew up, we didn't have a lot of money, so we ate cheap and very plain stuff. I went to lunch with someone, and he was eating his little red peppers like they were candy. I tried one. I didn't do it again. Well, to be fair, that person was setting a very dangerous example. Sooth, I dare you, because I just checked. Look this up. Are you saying the arch entrance is off-center by a block? It's also so good that I ate like twice as fast as I usually do. I'm a very slow eater. Okay. Minecraft Wiki. Oh shit. So what the heck? Because I looked at this. I looked at this image when I was building it, and I could have sworn, man, it's quite the night for me. I realized my BRB screen has been wrong for 2 years, and now this. That is true, Joe. No, I see that. I see that, Sooth. I see this is also 4 blocks here instead of... So Miharkula, this is on a 2x2 center. So, see, this is 2 blocks wide. This is 4 blocks wide. It's even numbers. We go to my Minecraft. We can see here we have 3 blocks in the middle. And that's why the ancient civilization died, because they're objectively bad builders. I mean, the parkour civilization are worse builders, and they're still around. I just love making parkour civilization jokes for some reason. Boats are an uneven number of blocks wide, and yet 100% of the ones we discovered are sunk. That's, not true. Not true, because sometimes they generate on dry ground. Alright, we are out of sea lanterns, so it's time to go check the farm. Alright, we're going to go check the farm, and we're going to craft a whole bunch, actually, of sea lanterns. Hi, Eve. Welcome. I love finding shipwrecks, beach ship, and icebergs like 20 blocks above sea level. I'm outside in the night, finally can hear your stream. So I never did catch, Eve. I never did catch which Lilia you used. Was it the meta one or the non-meta one? Excellent, and you won, so do tell us. I'm gonna take 2, 3, 4, 5 of these. And 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. And hopefully, therewith, I can make sea lanterns. It's going to be 1 green, 4 blue, but then Zach saw me play green and switched to green as well. I never actually played my Lilia, though. Alright, wish me luck. There we go. Sea lantern, and... oh dear. So this doesn't really work for multi-ingredient recipes. There we go. Only take out the items in the right proportions. I did take them out of the right proportions. Let's make like multiple shulkers of these. Yeah, I did take them out of the right proportions, but didn't go so hot. All right. I think it's time to think about modernizing a storage. One of these times... That time it worked better. Um, his upcoming update has finally defeated me. There. One of these times I want to finish my designs for autocrafters for this thing. Miharcula, all this is a auto shulker changer. It's not so interesting. Um, um, all it does is it puts out shulkers for me to empty, and then I'm using a mod to empty them very quickly. And craft items also very quickly. It's called item scroller. As soon as we pull... As soon as we manage to pull a shard, we'll make some progress on crafting, but as it is, I'm just cycling the crystals at the moment. Okay, have additional crystals. Basically, anytime it pulls shards into this slot, it can craft, and anytime it doesn't, it can't. So we are going to make it through this a little bit slowly. Time for me to pretend to being social even though I'm white. If you can go to bed, you don't have to be social. Oh, you mean social at this... Okay. Have fun. I'm very good at, like, totally misinterpreting what my people in chat say. I'm wondering if I have any slabs. I grabbed the wrong ingredients for this. Did I grab an extra shulker of crystals? Yeah, I just grabbed an extra shulker of crystals. Okay. Alright. You're gonna go in there. We're gonna do this one more time. And it's gonna be glorious. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Because we already have one. 1. Only 30 MSPT with this grouting farm cranking and my base loaded. Yeah, the server's running great these days. How are we now short? Oh, because we didn't get those. Okay. Better be running great with how much I'm paying for it now that the AI slot bros have ruined Hetzner. Thankfully, Hetzner did not let them ruin them as much as they might. Okay, sea lanterns. Can I just redo the noodles portion? Red storage is designed from an older technical server that predated all of the great developments in multi-item sorting in the last few years. So Joe's storage is all single sorters. It's all like one chest per item, and that's not very practical anymore with the number of items that we have in this game. Okay, this can go for a while. Yeah, exactly, Joe. Like, basically they said, okay, all new servers have to pay this like exorbitant rate, but existing customers get to keep old rates on their existing servers, which I think is the best way they could have done it. It does mean that we can't rescale this server, but thankfully we're stuck on a higher tier instead of lower tier. Like, I would rather be getting a really good deal on compute that's too much for us than too little. Exactly, Joe. Mm-hmm. I've had room for all these other multiplayer servers I need to run. JK, I don't play video games. Joe has this thing where he likes to theoretically play video games. He likes to go, oh, that's such a cool game, I should have a multiplayer server for it, and then he never plays. The thing is burnout. Fair enough. Welcome back, Finn. I'm gonna finish this thing tonight. Like, I don't care if I'm up until 3 a.m., I'm gonna finish it. I do care if I'm up till 5 a.m. But if I'm up till 3 a.m., so be it. Oh, excellent, Joe. I'm glad to hear you're solving burnout this year. I've been looking forward to you doing that. Cool, okay. Done with this one. Let's do this absolute sarcasm. Alright, let's see. This marine slab. Oh, okay. Go, Joe. Okay, we have to go this way. We've completed this segment, which takes us out to about 440. Um, okay, so we need to get to about 700. 250 more blocks. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't know if I'm gonna finish this tonight. I'm gonna try. Night, Sooth. Okay, so I'm at 450 right now. If I go to the end, that puts us at 530. It's not that far. So we still have to get to 700, so that's about 85 blocks. 250. We have to build 3 more sections. And we've only done 2 tonight. Okay. Folks, I'm so sorry. This is not going to happen. I would rather be somewhat functional tomorrow than try to do this and finish at 6 a.m. So I think we're going to call it here. I think we're going to give ourselves one more stream to do this. Which feels like I can put cushions under my trees and my base. It's going to look so nice. Congratulations. Oh, man, I'm getting tired. I'm not like engaging with people correctly. So I think we're going to call it here, folks. Thanks, Finn. Thanks for your lava plus plus, Minhocula. I appreciate your help. Alright, let's see. Let's go look for a raid, shall we? No one learned any bit. Let's see, I can check. Lava is currently at 10. That being said, there's at least that many that were missed, so... What happened before I put the counter on? Okay. Raid. Griffin is still going, but I raided him last week. Alright. True, Joe. I raided him last week, so I'm not going to raid him this week. I'm gonna scroll through this, but I think I know who we might raid. I was on Realm with the Mad Duck, that is true. Someone is playing Minecraft and their title is Tuba Wars. We're not going to go to them, but Tuba Wars. Interesting. I did say Tuba Wars, yes. Okay, folks. Joe, I was waiting for the wars and it didn't come, and I'm on edge now. Okay, folks. We are gonna go say hi to someone that we raid occasionally. Their name is Quinlan, and they are actually playing Minecraft tonight, which they have not been playing a lot of lately. So we're gonna go say hi to them. And I will see you probably on Tuesday. No guarantees. There are never guarantees with Ox. It's not for my stream schedule. But I think that I will see you on probably Tuesday, and we'll hopefully finish this up. All right. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for watching me eat 1 o'clock in the morning cereal and build an endless tunnel. And I will see you later. Bye.